able to join the meeting today.
Okay, so if she comes on board during the meeting, let me know, because obviously we call on board members for any comments. All right, thank you. So, actually, Madam Clerk, we have proclamations, recognitions, and such. Would you please lead us?
Our first proclamation this morning is the proclamation of November 2021 as Caregiver Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Mary Nicholsons of Healings in Motion to come down to the podium to receive the proclamation.
Before we start, my favorite Mary Nicholson in the whole world. Good to see you. Madam Clerk, this is an annual, isn't it? We do this every year? This is an annual proclamation. I'd like to share that even though once a year we recognize and appreciate all that you do, it's year-round what all the efforts that make such a difference. So it gives me a distinct honor to read this, but we truly respect and appreciate you and all the caregivers. So our proclamation. Whereas in recognition of National Caregiver Appreciation Month, Healings in Motion and Human Services Agency, Department of Aging will present the 14th Annual Inner Safari Caregiver Conference on November 12th and 13th, 2021, providing speakers, resources, workshops, and demonstrations to show appreciation and recognition of the important role caregivers play in San Joaquin County. And whereas the theme this year is honoring the mental, physical, and true grit of our 209 caregivers. And whereas, according to the U.S. Census, Americans aged 60 and older are projected to double in the next 4 decades and live an additional 19.4 years from 4.2 million to 98 million in 2060. And people 85 and over is projected to rise from 6.4 million to 19.4 million in 2040, a 129% increase. More people are living longer, but living with chronic disease and disabilities, and caregivers play a vital role to continuum care. And whereas, in addition to chronic illness and an aging, vulnerable population, the COVID-19 pandemic necessitated more first responders, professional and family caregivers step up to tend patients. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim November 2021 as Caregiver Appreciation Month in San Joaquin County and encourages all citizens to honor the selfless service and importance of caregivers throughout San Joaquin County. Presented this 12th day of October 2021. Ms. Nichols.
Yes.
Share some words, please.
Absolutely. Supervisors, do you ever think, who is going to take care of me? Will she or he know what to do? Know my preferences and what decisions to make on my behalf? We have all witnessed the devastations of loved ones from COVID-19 and an increase in chronic illness. The champions of sudden and continuum care are those who step up as our caregivers. Formal or informal, paid or unpaid, as a family member or as a professional, the role is underappreciated and challenging. During this COVID-19 pandemic, social isolation is a concern as anxiety, stress, caregiving, burnout has skyrocketed. During Caregiver Appreciation Month, we are honoring the mental, physical, and true grit of our 209 caregivers. All caregivers are appreciated. I was suddenly challenged to be a caregiver to my husband, who was diagnosed suddenly with pancreatic cancer. Then I had a sudden brain aneurysm and had to be cared for. Before that, I had no perspective of this valuable role. Today, we want to spotlight 3 other perspectives of caregiving in our community. In conclusion, I will end sharing the 2 events that offer opportunities for our caregivers where they are appreciated and honored. To support me today is Daniel Kim, who is the supervising public health educator for San Joaquin Public Health. Fire Chief Martin Cornelison from the French Camp McKinley Fire District, and Kendra Barton, who is the Residential Program Director for Nation's Finest. Daniel?
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for this opportunity to mention some important facts related to caregivers and the impact that COVID-19 has had on them. Caregiving has changed in many ways due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It's created a disruption of our support systems. Before the pandemic, options such as adult daycare, activity classes during the day, meal delivery services, transportation, physical therapy, and nursing were available as support services not only for the caregivers but also the loved ones. Suddenly, many of these programs and activities were temporarily shut down to slow the spread of COVID-19. For the first time, these support services were not guaranteed or available despite qualifications, lack of alternatives, or ability to pay. We also had smaller circle of caregivers. Often one family member is assuming the responsibilities to reduce the risk of exposure to COVID-19. At the same time, caregivers' needs increased while supportive resources and options to the caregivers were reduced. We've also seen a transition to care in homes. So early on, we saw that individuals had to bring their parents home for fear of not being able to see them due to restrictions in terms of being able to visit those facilities. And then in terms of changes to the family dynamics, COVID-19 created a new family dynamic as family members had different opinions and approaches to stopping the spread of the virus. Different opinions and approaches to caregiving within a family are not uncommon. And this has been a new change for all of us. I also wanted to highlight a couple of other areas with regard to COVID's impact on particular individuals, including children. One of the sad statistics that recently reported was that one study estimates that over 140,000 children in the U.S. have lost a parent or a grandparent caregiver to COVID-19. A majority of these children come from racial and ethnic minority groups. Since the study was reported, it could be as high as 175,000 in the U.S. In San Joaquin County alone, with the reported 1,687 deaths, that could be as high as 421 cases of where a child has lost a parent or a primary caregiver in the county. Once a child loses their parent or primary caregiver, the tragedy is something that they live with for the entire duration of their childhood, and it can continue on into their adulthood as well. Another important fact is that 2 out of every 3 caregivers in the U.S. are women, meaning that they provide daily or regular support to children, adults, and people with chronic illnesses or disabilities. Women are caregivers have a greater risk for poor physical health and mental health, including depression and anxiety. The pandemic can add even more stressors to caregiving. So some tips to take away, of course. As a health educator, I want to make sure that people come away with something. Of course, some elements for positive caregiving include practicing good communication, talking about your needs, and also talking with other groups and making sure that your social connections are there. Share the responsibilities, making sure that all the family members and other friends can step in. Organize and agree on scheduling, encourage independence where appropriate. And then allocate, what's really important for why we're doing the celebration is to allocate time for self-care, and that's something that we want to be able to honor for those caregivers. So in conclusion, we need to remember that caregivers are our personal first responders. They're our essential workers, and they need the support and help they can get during a pandemic crisis because we depend on them when others cannot step in to help. I appreciate the board for recognizing our caregivers every year and are able to provide the resources they need. Thank you.
Good morning, board. Today I'd like to just thank Mary for having the opportunity to be here today. Just in the connection between the caregivers and first responders, this past 18 months has been a trying time for both the caregivers and for the first responders, and just to be able to reach out to those individuals, both at fixed facilities and in their homes, to be able to have that physical and that mental demand on those caregivers and in the relations between the first responders and them when we come there to help them. So when we give them the opportunity to have the ability to reach out to someone else other than themselves to be able to take care of their family members or those who they're taking care of has been a new demand on both sides of those two spectrums for caregivers and first responders. And we just want to thank the caregivers for all that they do and the ability for us to be able to come in and give them some help and some peace of mind to be able to help their family members and those who they're taking care of. So just thank you very much, and Board, thank you for the opportunity today.
Good morning. My name is Kendra Barter, and I work with Nation's Finest, which is a nonprofit that serves veterans. And this next year, we're going to be hitting our 50 years. And I'm proud to say that 12 years of that I've served providing services to our veterans. Caregivers do look a little different in my organization. We offer residential services where we have transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, and we even have residential treatment. And so we're in there providing services, getting the vets what they need. And each year the needs increase, and the pandemic definitely hit us in a way we were not expecting. We had to hold on to veterans a little longer than normal because there was nowhere in the community for them to go. It was no longer safe. And so we definitely transformed into a larger caregiver role for our veterans. We are not currently here in the 209, but I live in the 209. I was born here, and in the near future, we're looking at bringing our mobile service units into the San Joaquin area, which is going to bring greater services for the veterans here in San Joaquin County, and I'm very, very excited for that opportunity to have mobile offices and hopefully set up more residential care for you all here, along with the VA opening their new hospital. So just want to say thank you guys for your time, and thank you, Mary.
Thank you. I just want to say that you have in your packet flyers for some upcoming events in November celebrating Caregiver Appreciation Month. One is November 12th, which is a luncheon that is going to be celebrating the caregivers, and it is Chill, Chat, and Connect. And it's something that we invite all caregivers to register for that and come out for an afternoon to connect and break bread and celebrate. And then on the next day, the 13th, we have challenged the firehouses for a chili cook-off in honor of the caregivers. And so I'm really excited about it. Instead of having one long day like we have done in the past, we've cut it to two events time-wise from 11:30 to 2, so that we can get the caregivers out and feel a sense of love and appreciation and honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. I'll be there to serve lunch again, by the way. Let me just turn to the board for any comments and appreciation. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here today and sharing your information with us. And thank you for providing the education and the information to our community, and to all the caregivers out there in our community. Thank you. Thank you for the love that you share and the support that you provide. And God bless you all.
Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. Mary, I'm always encouraged by your story in regards to what's happened to you and what's brought you to this point, and certainly all the work that you've done over the years and all the caregivers. It's kind of interesting that Chief Corneliuson, I met about 20 years ago. As a firefighter, you've moved up the ranks, so congratulations to you. But I want to comment that caregiving in its name itself obviously is important, but it's touched upon in some of the presentations, but the reality is that there's been so much focus on COVID and the pandemic and the effects that it's had on our population. But there's so many others who have been affected who haven't been affected by the virus, who have, for a variety of reasons, whether mental health, anxiety, all these things, job loss, etc., school, education, that have really been suffering. And I want to thank you and your organization for reaching out to them and helping them get through these trying times, because it's more than just the virus. It's all the others that are affected by the restrictions that have been placed in our society. So again, thank you, and please pass on our congratulations and well wishes for all the caregivers who worked very hard to make this a better county. Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, I know we all have aunts, uncles, parents, especially right now during the pandemic, and without caregivers, we'd be in a bad position, and appreciate all the caregivers out there. I know my mom and dad suffered a lot of issues, and my brothers and sisters are always taking care of my parents. And Mary, you do an incredible job in your community, and so does everyone else. And thank you all for taking this time to appreciate caregivers.
Thank you. And in conclusion, I think it's only fitting that we have a very full chamber today, and oftentimes people are very busy, but they've come out in support of issues in the community, and we all recognize and appreciate your efforts. And you've heard from the supervisors. We proudly represent some almost 800,000 people that we have the honor to express our gratitude to you and all the caregivers, and so we thank you. And I know it's a tireless, hard journey, but you guys do it, and you're amongst the heroes of our community. So thank you. I have a proclamation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next proclamation is of October 24th, 2021 through October 30th, 2021 as Family Promise Week in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Jonathan Jacoby, President, and Temple Gallagher, Board Member of Family Promise of San Joaquin County, to come down to the podium and receive the proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Whereas in 1988, Family Promise was founded in Summit, New Jersey, in the belief that people are compassionate and want to make a difference, and is dedicated to helping the most vulnerable amongst children and families who are temporarily experiencing homelessness, growing into a national nonprofit organization mobilizing communities and existing resources to help homeless families regain their independence. And whereas Family Promise currently operates 200 affiliates across 43 states and mobilizes more than 200,000 volunteers across the country, providing shelter and social services to more than 177,000 people last year, nearly 60% of them children. The most recent figures of homeless students in San Joaquin County is well over 2,000. And whereas believing that every child deserves a home, Family Promise of San Joaquin County was incorporated in 2018 as a 501c3 nonprofit organization and has recruited 27 local houses of religion to serve as host and support congregations to lodge and feed homeless children and their families. Family Promise of San Joaquin County is creating a day center to empower families in making their transition from homelessness to sustainable independence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of October 24th through October 30th, 2021 as Family Promise Week. And the County of San Joaquin urges all citizens to recognize and raise awareness of the issue of homeless children and families in our community. This is passed and adopted on this 12th day of October 2021. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by thanking the board for its leadership in this issue of homelessness. Our focus, as you've just heard, is on families with children, but it's a larger problem for our community and across the country, and the work of this board has been very encouraging for us in our work. I want to ask Temple Gallagher to step up and say something more specifically about what our work is.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Board, for having us here today. My name is Temple Gallagher, and I am a new board member to Family Promise. I've known about it for many years, but I recently got involved, feeling the need to help the community with homelessness, with families and people with children, not just single men and single women, but we're talking about helping children. We are enthusiastically looking forward to opening in 2022. We have recently signed a lease for a day center in North Stockton, and it was a 5-year lease. We are really looking forward to that and getting going. Like Jonathan said, we have 27 27 congregations that are willing to either be a host for 4 weeks out of the year or be a support church for those 4 weeks. And like I said, we are really enthusiastically looking forward to helping the community of San Joaquin County with the homeless crisis.
Thank you. I'll call on the board for any comments. Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, family is the foundation of our country. And without it, we disintegrate into a whole bunch of different things. I really appreciate the efforts that you've made in regards to families in general, but more importantly, the homeless, because we are trying to address that as best we can in spite of its unprecedented growth. The other part of it is that, when you talk about the children, they are our future. And unfortunately, we've seen over the past almost 2 years now a disadvantage to them for their future because of the lack of education in so many different ways. And so I really appreciate your efforts because you are bridging that gap. And I also appreciate it from the standpoint because, unfortunately, there are those who think government has all the solutions. I think that really the individuals, the private sector really has the answers, which are more effective, at least that's been my experience, and longer lasting, because those who are involved, not to say that government employees don't have the same passion, but more importantly, you're committed, you don't have to be there, and you're there because you really care. So again, thank you for all that you do, and I look forward to your outreach expanding within San Joaquin County. Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank both of you for your commitment to children and homelessness in this community. We all need help. There's so many people that need help, and with people like you who step up and help people, and something for all of us to learn, lesson learned. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And, I agree with Supervisor Wynn when he, talks about family. Family binds our community and our nation together. So I want to thank you for your dedication to our residents here in San Joaquin County, especially our families and our most vulnerable population, as in our children. So thank you both very much, and God bless.
Once again, on behalf of this fantastic county of ours, we respect and appreciate, and this community values the dedication that you all have for those that are most in need. Madam Clerk, next.
Next, we have the proclamation of October 12th, 2021 as Indigenous Peoples Day in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Mildred Burley, Tribal Elder with the California Valley Miwok, to come down to the podium to receive this proclamation.
I think it's only fitting on the heels of Christopher Columbus Day and for his voyage to discover America, for us to have that privilege to stand here today. We also celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day. So whereas in 1977, the United Nations sponsored the first international conference on Indigenous people to promote cultural and social integrity of their populations in the Americas. And whereas our own San Joaquin County Council of Governments in 2010 helped facilitate the formation of the California Central Valley Tribal Environmental Justice Transportation Grant Project, aiding in preserving the culturally sensitive tribal lands. And whereas San Joaquin County was the ancestral home of the indigenous Delta Yokuts and Plains Miwok nations and today is home to thousands of indigenous people from tribal nations and cultures throughout the Americas. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day celebrates the histories, cultures, and contributions of the people native to this land, creating awareness of the populations that existed for millennia before contact with outside cultures. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim October 12, 2021 as Indigenous Peoples Day in San Joaquin County and invites the community to learn more about the history, traditions, values, innovation, and resilience of the indigenous peoples in San Joaquin County. This is presented on this 12th day of October 2021. Good morning.
Morning. I am here to accept this honor as the tribal elder of the California Valley Miwok tribe. On behalf of the tribe, indigenous people of San Joaquin County, and all that live in the state of California, I thank you today for the great honor and for now using this day in remembrance to recognize the first people of this great nation. Demikomo all Oksapa. Ima Oksapa Miwaka Demikomoanai. Oh.
Thank you. I know that some supervisors would like to say some words as well. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for being here. It's an honor to celebrate this this day that commemorates the history and culture of our indigenous people. So thank you very much, and God bless you.
Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate certainly all the efforts you've made and those like you to advocate for the Native Americans throughout the country in regards to the challenges you face almost on a daily basis. So again, thank you for your contributions. Thank you for your efforts. And please pass that on to the rest of your tribe and other tribes you have communication with. Let this board support your efforts to make sure that your population continues to prosper and improve the quality of life that all of us obviously are seeking for. So thank you very much.
Supervisor, District 1, Miguel Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank you and all the contributions from your tribes and all the indigenous people. Appreciate your support in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, on behalf of San Joaquin County, we have the distinct honor and privilege that on this day of October 12th in 2021, we stand in a great country, and we understand that this land that comes from your ancestors and from the history of the world and the people that inhabited it before us, that we walk in big shoes. They were wonderful, great people of a great nation and of the individual tribes. And the fact that we are here and we've integrated and we're part of this modern society, we're grateful for the hard work, the sacrifice, the commitment, and many of the hardships that those that came before us will have endured. But we are here, and we love, respect, and appreciate all of the people in our community, and thank you for representing the Miwoks.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the presentation of a plaque in recognition of the Ripon Fire District's 100-year anniversary, and I would like to invite Fire Chief Dennis Bitters with the Ripon Fire District down to the podium.
Chief, it gives us an honor to celebrate 100 years of continuous service to the community, and I know that board members will have many thanks, but I think you're prepared to say a couple words.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the chance to be recognized as a district here today, and I think there's a lot of things you can say about 100 years, but probably the most important thing is that it's all about the people. And I just have a great amount of respect for people way back in the beginning, 3 businessmen who decided that chaotic citizens bucket brigades weren't the way to put out fires and started a fire department. I appreciate the Board of Supervisors for recognizing that and allowing that to happen way back in 1921. That was one of the first acts that happened, was the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors had to recognize us as a fire district. We started with one fire district that covered 1 square mile of downtown Ripon, which really wasn't a city yet. It was just a community. And later on, a rural department was formed, and those 2 departments worked together. And in 1963, they consolidated again at the approval of the Board of Supervisors. They consolidated those districts together to become one. 1972, 73, ALS, Advanced Life Support Ambulance Service, was started, making us the first and longest running advanced life support ambulance and fire department in the county of San Joaquin. So I think it's something to be proud of. Along the way, we've had some really great people who have done some great things as volunteers, as community supporters, a lot of support from various other agencies, and especially the County of San Joaquin. I can't say enough about how this board has always supported our district. The CAO's office has always supported us and helped us to move forward in our mission to provide the best possible service we can to our constituents. So thank you very much for this honor.
And representing Ripon, of course, Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, it's always a pleasure to recognize those agencies that are superior in regards to the quality of service they provide to our community. Being a resident of Ripon almost 30 years, I want to say that I'm extremely proud of our fire district. Oftentimes, Ripon residents think it's their fire department, but really it's consolidated. But I think when you talk about advanced life support systems, I think that really strikes home, because it's only 1 of 3 in the county, and the other 2 are much larger cities. But the reason I bring that up is because I've had several incidents where your paramedics have responded in my neighborhood a month ago. As a matter of fact, there was just an incident. And it's comforting to those who live there, and not just in City Ripon, but the rural areas also, to know that care is just a short time away. And certainly the level of care is outstanding. So I want to thank you, certainly your department. Talked about Chief Cornelius previously with Ripon Fire. And I think that I'm very proud of your fire department. And I have to add one last comment. Chief Bitters, and I attend all the fire chiefs, county fire chiefs meetings every month. Chief Bitters is a leader amongst the fire chiefs, and I want to thank you for your service and dedication. And also Chief Martell, who's also in the audience, and his leadership for the outstanding job you do in regards to making sure that our residents are safe. So again, thank you for all that you've done and what the department has done.
Supervisor Miguel Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Chief Bitters, I want to say congratulations to the City of Ripon and the fire department. 100 years is an amazing feat, and thank you for all what you do for the community. You and all your men, Chief Martell, wonderful job.
Supervisor representing District 5.
Thank you, Chair. And Chief, thank you for being here. Congratulations. 100 years is a huge milestone. And just kind of piggybacking off what Supervisor Wynn mentioned, and when people think of, firefighters, they think of always, fighting fires. Of course, that's one of the jobs that you have, but a majority of that is ALS and providing medical aid to those in the community. And having paramedics on your engine is huge. So I just want to say thank you to all the men and women of the fire services. I am very fortunate to be out there, in the field and work with our firefighters and our ALS folks. And I can tell everybody in this room that I have, I worked in, counties, several different counties from the Bay Area to San Joaquin County. And the professionalism of the men and women we have here in San Joaquin County is superior to many. So thank you, and God bless you all.
And Chief, just to be clear, you were not hired in 1921, correct?
No.
Okay, but you have been there for a while.
1982.
All right. But you know, what you have seen in many years is that oftentimes the services that you, whether it be your department or others, there's bureaucratic challenges and sometimes there's new protocols, but the consistency is that the fire department and for that matter, we couldn't leave out our police and our sheriffs, our deputies, and how they serve the community. You are amongst our bravest and finest, and you'll oftentimes have to stand up for that the protocols necessary to protect and serve the public to the greatest degree of capacities and beyond. So we thank you, and again, as I say, we are proud to represent the county as supervisors and for you to be part of the chiefs and 100 years of continued service. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Our last proclamation this morning is the proclamation of October 15th, 2021 as White Cane Safety Day in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Elsie Harada, the Interim Executive Director for the Community Center for the Blind, to the podium to receive this proclamation.
Today we have the honor of having a White Cane Safety Day proclamation. Whereas the white cane, in addition to being a practical mobility tool, serves as a symbol of dignity, freedom, and independence for individuals who are blind or visually impaired. On White Cane Safety Day, we celebrate the immeasurable contributions that our citizens who use white canes have made as valuable members of our diverse county. And whereas in 1964, President Lyndon Johnson commended people who are blind for their growing spirit of independence and increased determination to be self-reliant and dignified. On October 6, 1964, Congress designated October 15th of each year as White Cane Safety Day to recognize the contributions of Americans who are blind or who have low vision. And whereas in 2011, President Barack Obama proclaimed October 15th as Blind Americans Equality Day to recognize the movement of people who are blind or visually impaired from dependency to full participation in society. And whereas every citizen should be aware that the law requires motorists to exercise appropriate caution when approaching a person who is carrying a white cane. And whereas the white cane, by allowing every person who is blind to move freely and safely from place to place and to travel independently to their schools and workplaces, makes it possible for them to participate more fully in the life of their communities. And whereas the white cane reminds us that the only barriers against people with disabilities are discriminatory attitudes and practices that our society has often placed in their way. And whereas the County of San Joaquin, through its public agencies and with the cooperative assistance of Community Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired, can look forward to expanded opportunities for the greater acceptance of persons in our community who are blind or visually impaired. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim October 15th, 2021 as White Cane Safety Day in San Joaquin County and urges the citizens of San Joaquin County to use this occasion to reflect on the significance of the long white cane and to support the efforts of our citizens who are blind or visually impaired as they pursue employment and full integration into our community. Presented this 12th day of October 2021. Good morning. Would you please share some words with our board?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Community Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired. I would like to, we've been in this community for over 72 years, serving the blind and low vision. We serve those, we serve ages, I want to say 8 to 100. Our clients we teach them independent living skills. We also teach them assisted living, assistive technology, and most importantly, the white cane. It teaches them to be independent. And with the pandemic, we all kind of were stuck at home. And so the Community Center for the Blind did weekly and monthly calls to the clients to make sure that they had the right information and were willing to get out back in the community with their white canes for independence. And so with the pandemic where it is, we've been able to encourage those with white canes who are low vision or blind to come out in the community with the support of San Joaquin County. So we partnered up with Regional Transit, RTD, and we do have advertisements on the back of buses to show the importance of the white cane. And I myself do sport a white cane and am independently employed. This makes me feel more independent, and it just gives me the confidence of being out in the community. And so it is really important to know that the white cane signifies independence for someone who is low vision or blind in the community. And so for me to represent Community Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired is something of an honor, and would like to thank you guys for acknowledging this for us today. Thank you.
We thank you, and I know some board members would like to share some words. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to say thank you very much for being here and providing our residents with the information and resources that you just mentioned. It's an honor to celebrate the immeasurable contributions that those who are blind and visually impaired have done for our community. And if there is anything that this board and this county can do, or continue to do, example, providing additional resources, please let us know. And thank you very much again, and God bless you.
Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you, certainly, and your organization for all that you do. I had an aunt who had diabetes and lost her vision in addition to a couple of her limbs. And the reason I bring that up is because there was nothing that she could do other than basically sit in a wheelchair. And by virtue of organizations like yourself and certainly technological advantages, those who are visually impaired have a greater opportunity to be part of society. I look forward to the day, I've been on the transportation committees, I look forward to the day when we have autonomous vehicles where individuals can just call for a car and walk out their door, get in a car and go anywhere they want. And I appreciate RTD and all that they do. But again, I think that this is another step to providing, more flexibility and more autonomy, certainly for the visually impaired and other individuals who are challenged. So again, thank you and your organization for all that you contribute.
County Supervisor, District 1, Miguel Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I want to thank you and your organization for everything you do for people who are visually impaired. One of my best friends is visually impaired, and he needs a lot of help, and I can only imagine what people go through who are can't see. So thank you for all the resources you provide for people visually impaired. Thank you.
I would just conclude, I remember when I first came on as a supervisor, I was invited to the Center for the Blind, and I have to say it was one of the most humbling and educational experiences I ever had, learning the different modules that a person that was visually challenged could go through and learn independence, and how significant and meaningful that was in the students' lives and the participants of all ages. And it was amazing. It was one of the most impacting programs I've seen in this county, and we have a privilege that you are here and helping and participating. And what we take for granted with our site, so many people struggle and they are challenged. So we are grateful that you're able to help them, and we as a county and as supervisors, we appreciate and we stand in support of anything you need. Please come to us and let us know. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a proclamation for you. Oftentimes, we have many opportunities to celebrate and recognize different organizations and people and contributions and efforts. And today, you see, we had the honor to recognize several, and it gives us a real distinct honor and pleasure. And we're glad that you all are here. There's so many people that make a great contribution to this wonderful county of ours and to our cities and the citizens. And it really is an honor for us to recognize them as they do the work year-round, day after day. Next up on our agenda, I believe we're at public comments. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
We have many public comments that were sent in.
Well, Chairman, for the general public comments, I have just 2 written comments. The majority of the public comments that we've received and the members here today are for COVID discussion number 2, which will have a public comment period during that discussion. So at this time, I do have 2 written public comments just for the general.
Let's start with those 2, and we'll go forward with any other public comments that we may have. Anybody would like to speak prior to the COVID discussion?
Thank you, Chairman. The first comment was submitted by the San Joaquin Democratic Party. And they write, in August, the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors voted 4-1 to attack mask wearing in schools with Supervisor Kathy Miller, the lone vote in support of masks. Although the California Department of Public Health, the Center for Disease Control, and the American Academy of Pediatrics all proved that masks are safe, easy, and effective, Supervisor Tom Patty and Chuck Wynn baselessly blamed masks for everything from carbon dioxide poisoning to mental illness. We know for certain that over 30 children have died from COVID-19 in California alone, while teachers and parents remain at risk of exposure. Worse, families in Southside Stockton and other marginalized communities lack reliable access to vaccines, medical care, and even health workers who speak their language. Still, the board's majority prefers distractions over solutions. They ignore our county's health professionals in the name of protecting personal freedom, turning a simple matter of safety into a divisive partisan stunt, violating the jurisdictions of our school boards, and jeopardizing our well-being. We deserve the freedom to send our children to school without the risk of spreading a deadly disease. The San Joaquin County Democratic Central Committee denounces the senseless efforts of Supervisor Miguel Villapudois, Robert Rickman, Tom Patty, and Chuck Wynn to discourage mask wearing in our schools. Lives are on the line. The SJCDCC is dedicated to supporting policies and leaders who can finally move our county past this pandemic. The next comment is submitted by Armando Valerio, who writes, Dear Chairman Patty and Supervisors, I would like to bring your attention to AB 941, which establishes a statewide program for counties to create farm worker resource centers approved by Governor Newsom on September 22, 2021. The bill requires the California Health and Human Services Agency to establish a grant program for counties to establish farm worker resource centers that provide farm workers and their families information access to services related to, among other things, labor and employment rights, education, housing, immigration, and health and human services. Given San Joaquin County's $3 billion agricultural industry and the importance of agricultural workers, as well as COVID-19 pandemic, which has laid bare the disparities and vulnerabilities that our agricultural workers experience, I strongly urge this board to direct staff to evaluate the establishment of a farm worker resource center to be housed within the County Human Services Agency, similar to the current programs operating in Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Armando Valerio, and those are the conclusion of the general public comments that I've received.
Thank you. At this time, I do have some requests to speak now, and then we do have requests for the COVID discussion. So I will read that if anyone here is present to speak, there is a 3-minute time limit. There's a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red. Red obviously would mean stop. The yellow light will come on in 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks, which some people do not, but during your comments, we do ask that. And that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you. I do have requests, and if I call you and you want to speak during COVID, or if you want to come down now, please let us know. First, I have Mr. Danny Nuss speaking on recognition number 1. Is that correct?
I'm speaking instead of Danny because he had to go back to work for a meeting. He was representing Healings in Motion as a co-chair of the upcoming Brain Health to Beat Stroke 5K, as well as the Champions Walk or Roll. And that's taking place October 23rd at the University of the Pacific. We are inviting anyone who has had a brain injury or their caregiver to come out and walk with us outside, reclaim your brain. And so it is something that you can register for at healingsinmotion.org/events. And there are a lot of people who have had strokes who don't know that there is support. Healings in Motion has been in business now for 14 years, and we provide support, we provide education, and we have been bringing people together on a regular basis every year because there was something called a gap in stroke support in San Joaquin County. But what we have always done is finding gaps and not complain, but work to fix what needs to be done. It's a patient-driven organization, and I am certainly hopeful that people will come out and be a part of it. Thank you very much. October 23rd at the University of the Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Next up, I have a request from Francis Penland. Subject unknown.
Hi, I'm going to talk on Francis's behalf. I'm Cindy. We're here to object to a vaccine passport mandate. I think it's interesting that we spoke. I think that it's interesting that we spoke earlier about caregivers and first responders. I've been in the medical industry all my life, originally in infusion pharmacy and now in home care. And one of the first things that we receive from patients when we arrive at any instance is their right. Their right to refuse the service, their right to refuse the care, the right to accept the care, the right to engage in the care. It's their right. So I think it's always against even Medicare guidelines to force anything on anybody. And I think it's a God-given right to be able to move around freely in the communities that we live, work, support. And I just think it's very, very important as parents and sovereign God-given people that we hold the line for our children and our grandchildren. We were born with freedom. We will leave this earth with freedom.
Thank you. I have a request from Mr. Colangelo. Steve Colangelo.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Steve Colangelo, a local small business owner and conservative, and I've lived in San Joaquin County for decades. I chose to get the COVID-19 shot several months ago. I typically choose to get the flu shot each year, but that's my choice. Well, occasionally my wife has some input in that. But it's ultimately my decision about my own health care and medical decisions. Now the state and federal government are on the verge of taking those choices and decisions away from me, my wife, and my family, and mandate that people, business owners, workers, and even school children receive a shot, and completely taking away our health care choices. These mandates are unacceptable, and I encourage the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors to take a strong stand against them. A little over a week ago, Governor Newsom announced a mandate that will force children aged 12 and older, and eventually beginning at 5-year-old, to receive the COVID-19 shot, even if their parents or pediatrician don't want them to get it. Immediately following that announcement, Sacramento politicians began drafting legislation that will strip away any medical or religious exemptions, eliminating options and stepping on religious and medical liberties. Their message is clear. Comply with our mandate, or we will kick kids out of classrooms and begin firing workers. No, we will not comply. It's time to tell Sacramento politicians to back off of our personal medical and health care decisions. Let the people make their own choices, informed in consultation with their families, the doctors, and even their clergy. Thank you, Supervisor Patty, and other supervisors who oppose these mandates. I urge you to send a clear message today. No to the mandates and no to the passports. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colangelo. I have a request, single name Danielle. Somebody by the name of Danielle? Come on down, Danielle. Thank you. Speaking on behalf of regulations, FCC, and state, I believe. Great, thank you.
I use paper, so give me a second. One voice can change the world, and many can create a new one. As a graduate of Rachel Carson College at UC Santa Cruz, I completed my BS in Earth Sciences focused in environmental toxicology. I earned a 3.83 degree during my field study, and I spent 3 years in environmental remediation and 6 years in San Francisco doing heavy civil engineering projects. To keep things simple, my goal is to guide your understanding as to how severely hazardous and detrimental the unregulated RF radiation has become. Toxic technology and unregulated service providers are contributing to the inability to maintain wellness, a healthy biome, and our local community is suffering and deteriorating daily. So, would you live underneath power lines or in nature? Would you take a bath with a hairdryer? Would you let your kid put their finger in an outlet? Would you stand in front of a broken microwave? Would you play golf in a lightning storm? So, knowing that, ask yourselves, with FCC guidelines being outdated by over 25 years and the U.S. Court of Appeals, D.C. currently ruling that their guidelines are capricious, arbitrary, and not evidence-based in August of 2021, why are we allowing corporate entities to allow them to bathe our local biomes with so much poisonous frequency radiation that our bodies, which are mostly water, are conducting them? I would rather choose the golf game and lightning. These harmful effects are magnified more deterioratively for the children, the animals, and the plants. I have provided you with the CDPH and DODC document from 2017. This is the only document they have provided to people on cell phones alone. This does not include radio frequency exposures from Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and all of the modern technologies that always are radiating our system. I recently attended 2 conferences with the leading EMF scientists and physicians. Their voice is unanimous. A Japanese study proved that there was a link directly to metabolic rate on the cellular level. It also showed that the bees colonies will fail. As an agricultural community, we cannot allow this to continue. The bee colonies will fail at 75% if we do not stop this pollution. I urge the county to call on either a local ordinance, a resolution, or an emergency state, because this radiation is unregulated and it is affecting everyone. Maybe some of you know this, maybe some of you don't, but it is causing cancer, and it is also proven by the firefighters union that they don't want their cell phone towers by their houses. So if you're aware of this and you don't do anything about it, you have to protect us. And I thank you for your time and would like to reach out in the future.
Thank you. I have a request from Ms. Denise Mendez, public comment.
Oh, hi, baby. Good morning. My name is Denise Aguilar Mendez. I'm a member of San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition, and I worked politically against the mandates since 2015. And unfortunately, in the state of California, state legislators removed all functional exemptions and even criminalized doctors writing them. I'm here to support the resolution to ban vaccine passports for our county. I'm not here as pro or anti-vaccine. That discussion is not relevant today. What is relevant is knowing how a vaccine passport actually works. In order to enter any business or public building, you would need to show your card and soon, when launched, your QR code to reflect you're up to date. But this doesn't end with this one biologic. It will be for the entire schedule, and for the adult MMR, this administration has already put that on a list of diseases. It will be for all the boosters, because having 1 to 2 doses, you're still considered unvaccinated. We consistently hear about equity, and when San Joaquin County has a large demographic of minorities, these policies would put into place discrimination and segregation, and that has no place on American soil. Small businesses would be fined tens of thousands of dollars, running them into the ground and leaving places like Walmart and Target, large corporations, to be in charge of our goods and food. You'll never be up to date when they keep moving the goalpost. It's very rare that constituents are able to support good resolutions, and I'm grateful for the board and their movements to protect our county, and I'm incredibly grateful to the people here who showed up on a weekday with their children to support the freedom of choice. I am praying for the next step to be an ordinance against these passports. We are Americans, and we will behave accordingly.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. And would you introduce the child you brought?
Mendez, and he will. He's a home of a bunch of us here.
Thank you for being here, young man. I have 2 requests from Ms. Angela May. Would you like to speak now, or would you like to speak when we bring up the COVID discussion? Okay.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, everybody from the community, for being here. I joined the San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition as well. I am a homeschooler mom of a 17-year-old and a 5-year-old, almost 6-year-old, who will be turning 6 on the 23rd, who is allergic to the sun because of failed accommodations. She will never be in public school. I'm proud of both of my children because I have raised them with the principles that our country was founded on. Today, I come as a reminder, the Holy Bible that you all swore your oaths on. When you say, I swear and affirm, that is to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. And I bring this I bring this as a reminder because this is the foundation of which our land has been founded on, and it is everything that we stand for. It is everything we fight for. And today I bring, don't worry, there's no fuel, an empty lantern because I hope to never have to light this. But because my ancestor rode with Paul Revere, I am the footprint that follows the legacy of my ancestor that I hope to never have to light the way, because that light was a beacon of hope. Today, our beacon of hope in San Joaquin County is all of these people in this room. And because I fall in the footsteps of none other than Susanna Jackson White Winslow, the first mother of the firstborn child of Plymouth. This is my great-grandmother. She was the first to host Thanksgiving. We have holidays coming up. So I would like to read a passage here from the Constitution book that I brought, that America's founding fathers were not just statesmen. They were intellectuals who knew the importance of their ideas and how best to communicate them to the American public. The speeches and addresses they made, and in the editorials, essays, and pamphlets they published, we see them expressing the principles by which they wished to define their new nation and reaching the consensus about the best form of government that would endure and sustain the republic well beyond their own time. Much of what they spoke and wrote gave rise to the laws by which America is still governed today. Samuel Adams once said, all men have a right to remain in a state of nature as long as they please, and in case of intolerable oppression, civil or religious, to leave the society they belong to and enter into another. When men enter into society, it is by voluntary consent, and they have a right to demand and insist upon the performance of such conditions and previous limitations as form as equitable original compact. Every natural right not expressly given up, or from the nature of a social compact necessarily ceded, remains. All positive and civil laws should conform as far as possible to the law of natural reason and equity. Today we all stand before you united as one person, as a beacon of hope for this county, for California, and for the United States of America. Thank you.
We will have a public discussion and public comment as it relates to COVID. I have many requests to speak. Is there anybody that would like to speak about anything else on the agenda, on consent, or any other public concern? If not, we're going to move on. I appreciate everybody that is here. We do have moving on to our approval of our minutes from our Board of Supervisors special meeting of July 29th, 2021, and our Supervisor regular meeting September 28th, 2021. Barring any changes or amendments, I do need a motion and a second, and we will vote to approve.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Adopted 4-0. Thank you. Next, Vice Chair Wynn. I believe we have some appointments to boards and commissions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make the following recommendations in the form of a motion. This is for Children's Services Coordinating Commission 1 position, 3rd District Representative position 2003, Douglas Benet. And again, with that recommendation, I make that in form of a motion. Thank you.
I'll second it. Thank you. Adopted 4-0. Thank you very much. Next up, COVID discussion. Board of Supervisors will discuss and receive an update on COVID-19 pandemic in San Joaquin County and provide direction to staff or adopt orders as necessary. I believe, Mr. Dietrich, you are here to give us some updates.
Good morning, Chairman Patty, members of the Board of Supervisors, CEO Wilverding, and County Council Miles. Dr. Park is participating remotely today, and I've been asked to lead today's presentation on COVID to the board. As of Monday, October 11th, San Joaquin County's case rate has dropped to 16.1 per 100,000, which is down from our third wave high of apex of 50.7, which was reached on August 21st. For comparison, the statewide case rate is now 12.6, and San Joaquin County rates 26 out of the 58 counties in the state on this metric. However, under the state's former blueprint metrics for reopening the economy, we would need to have a case rate under 10 in order to move from the purple to the red tiers. COVID-19 testing in San Joaquin County continues at a relatively high rate, and we will soon surpass over 1.5 million tests being administered to San Joaquin County residents. Overall, testing positivity rate continues to fall and is now at 4.5% and has just moved from the prior blueprint metric red tier into the orange tier. However, our positivity rate is still more than twice the statewide average, which has now decreased to 2.2%. We have many testing and vaccination events being sponsored by the San Joaquin County clinics that are walk-in events and do not require pre-registration. We also have an additional 16 fixed testing sites located throughout the county, with 10 of these sites currently also offering rapid antigen testing. I'm pleased to inform the board that starting today, we are launching 5 additional fixed testing sites under a partnership with Fulgent Labs, and several of our school districts, with the first new site having a soft launch today in Escalon High School. Over the coming week, we will also implement sites in the Jefferson, Banta, Lincoln, and Ripon Unified School Districts. The number of hospital inpatients with COVID-19 continues to decline, as does the overall hospitalization bed utilization. In an effort to more completely respond to the board members' questions regarding COVID hospitalizations and if patients are in the hospital due to COVID or simply having tested positive for COVID after admission, which is not a metric tracked by either CDPH or EMS, San Joaquin General Hospital performed an analysis on all their patients that were positive for COVID during the first 9 months of this calendar year. This analysis would suggest that approximately 20% of these patients were not inpatient due to COVID when looking at both the primary treating physician or where COVID-19 was not the primary second diagnosis for the admission. We continue to make persistent incremental progress on vaccinations, and the daily statewide average of vaccinations performed per day did increase from approximately 70,000 to 90,000 per day upon the approval of boosters. But this is well within the capacity of the state's vaccination network, and no mass booster vaccine events are currently being planned by San Joaquin County at this time. 753 doses of vaccine have been administered to San Joaquin County residents, and we rank 14th in the state, which is exactly our ranking as far as population. Vaccination remains our most effective means of ending the pandemic and fully reopening our economy and our schools. And those unvaccinated have a 7.1 times more likely of becoming infected with COVID. This is my last slide. Educators, public health experts, and parents know that there is no substitute for in-person instruction, but we also can't pretend that the threat of COVID and its variants are completely behind us. We continue to urge everyone who's eligible to get a COVID vaccine to do so. Governor Gavin Newsom is directing the California Department of Public Health to add COVID-19 vaccine to other vaccinations required for in-person school attendance, such as measles, mumps, and rubella, pursuant to Health and Safety Code. This will be accomplished by promulgating modified regulations which authorize vaccine requirements for any other disease deemed appropriate by a California Department of Public Health. Requirements established by regulation, not legislation, must be subject to exemptions for both medical reasons and personal beliefs. Students will be required to be vaccinated for in-person learning starting the term 6 months following full FDA approval of vaccines for the student's grade span, e.g. 7th through 12th grade or kindergarten through 6th. COVID-19 vaccine requirements will apply to all pupils of any public or private elementary or secondary school and will be a condition of in-person learning or in-person attendance. The governor has also directed that adults be held to the at least the same standard as students, and while California currently requires all K through 12 staff to verify their vaccine status or be tested weekly, all school staff will be required to be vaccinated for COVID-19 no later than the requirements that take effect for students. The current verify or test requirement for school staff will be converted into a vaccine mandate. On August 23rd, 2021, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration fully approved the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine for those aged...
Please do not interrupt the presentation from our staff. Thank you. You will have an opportunity to speak during public comment, but we'd like to have order and respect. Thank you.
Finish. On August 23rd, 2021, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration fully approved the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine for those 16 and older. At this time, there are no other COVID-19 vaccines fully approved by the FDA. Thank you. This concludes my prepared presentation for this morning. Myself and Dr. Parker are available to address any questions the board may have.
Mr. Dietrich, one quick question. One of the slides had testing locations, walk-in for testing and/or vaccination. Is that available on SJ Ready?
Correct. I believe I snipped those things off of SJ Ready.
Okay, excellent. So if somebody wants to go and get tested, they can walk right in and get a test.
Testing availability is readily available.
Okay, fantastic.
And no need, you could walk right in.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Any questions or comments from board members? And quickly, Madam Clerk, has Supervisor Miller joined us at this point? Because I don't want to overlook any opportunity. She may want to weigh in on anything.
Chairman, I am not seeing her number on the Teams meeting, but if you want, we can wait a minute, see if she responds. If Supervisor Miller, if you're on the Teams meeting. No, I don't believe so, Chairman.
Okay, just want to make sure and check. Any questions or comments from anyone at this time for Mr. Dietrich? Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. I always appreciate your presentations and our discussions on regards to this issue. And again, I know that you and Dr. Park basically are just repeating what's been stated nationally and certainly in our state. And as you can tell, there's a lot of residents who disagree with those particular positions. I'm a little bit in regards to the new pill that's available. What's the status? I shouldn't say that. I know what the status is. What's the thought in regards to the potential for that being a dramatic reduction in the deaths in COVID?
I might need to punt that question to a physician, but my understanding is that AstraZeneca's pills are not been FDA approved at this point. My understanding that they would be used for prophylaxis, such that if you became exposed, you would take this pill, similar to if you were exposed to the flu and they gave you a therapy for that. But beyond that, my understanding just from reading the press that it is effective at preventing about 50% of infections.
Well, I understand you can take it at any time, and it will stop basically the replication of the virus itself. So it's obviously it can be prevented, but for those who have been diagnosed can also take it and enhance their chances for not having a severe outbreak. The reason I bring that particular 5-day treatment up in regards to the future is that there's a lot of speculation, and I'm not one of those conspiracy theorists, but I do. Some have argued that I Google search. Actually, I don't search Google because it never gives me any information I'm looking for. So I have my own sources that I go directly to get some information that I think is factual. But I know this isn't directly pertinent to you, but I'll make the statement anyway because I've watched some information in regards to the government, the United States government, for example, purchasing 100 million doses, et cetera, for future use, presumably for residents of this country, but maybe for other countries. But I guess it's curious because. And we can debate the science all day. I mean, there's a lot of information, mostly from my vantage point, mostly that is settled to some extent, and maybe some is unsettled. But there's a lot of this is the way it is, period. And I know we're still evolving in this process. But I'm kind of curious, and I guess this is more of a statement than a question, but I have followed, for example, the finances of Pfizer, Moderna, and I'm a little concerned because I know when the pill was announced, one of the founders of Pfizer, their net worth dropped $500 million. And then on top of that, when you look at the Forbes list of 400 rich Americans, the three founders from Moderna reached that height of richness. And I guess the concern I've had is because, for example, if you compare the financial statements for Moderna alone, and I won't bore you with all the details, but before the pandemic started in 2020, the revenue was $67 million. That was prior to COVID. Last year it was $4 billion. So the question arises is, somebody's making some money on this, and also I would just argue, and I didn't bring my notes, but frankly I'll give a general, that for the pill itself the cost is a shade under $18 per dose. The United States government has agreed to purchase it for over $700 a dose. And on top of that, I believe it was the UK in their discussions, we're going to purchase it for significantly less, like in the 20s, something like that per dose. And I bring it up, and again, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I do start questioning the connection between our government in purchasing these doses and the benefit it's provided financially for these companies. And I'm not bad-mouthing the drugs. I mean, there's enough science out there on both sides in regards to the effectiveness. But I do have a concern in regards to why are we doing these especially when we look at the reasons that people are not getting vaccinated. One is that they have religious or some type of conviction in regards to not taking it. Secondly, they have had the virus and they've recovered. Third, they have either known someone who's gotten the vaccine and had some adverse effects, so they're very concerned about their own personal health. And the last one I've talked about previously is fact that a lot of people don't trust the government and don't want to be told what to do. So I only bring those up because I believe, and I said this before at board meetings, that if the government would back off, a lot more people would be willing to take them, because right now, if you take one, it's like you're surrendering to the government. And I think that obviously, and again, going to comments we've heard previously and we've talked about before board meetings, is that I think individuals are smart enough to make their own decisions, and I think that's an opportunity. So I won't bore with any more information, but there's a lot of things out there. I usually depend on my partner, Supervisor Rickman, to bring up the details, but those are generally the concerns I have in regards to it. And I guess I'll make one last comment is what we have, at least the way I assess it, and I'm a simple person, I'm just a lay person, I'm not a health expert. But what they're asking, Americans to do is to get a vaccine to protect those who have received a vaccine, because possibly the vaccine doesn't work as effectively that was originally proposed. And so it kind of, logic kind of defies me in regards to why we're doing this, when in fact, and by the way, I said these things before, so I'm not just saying them today for the audience. But the fact is, it is confusing for most individuals who I think have good common sense as to, why would we take a vaccine when the reason for taking it is it's not as effective as originally promised. And those are concerns that I think, and I'll leave this with the fact that I think discussion on both sides is helpful, but unfortunately we're only hearing one side, and that's the frustration I think most Americans are feeling. So I'll turn it back to the chair, and I'll leave it to Supervisor Rickman. I always appreciate his statistics and studies.
Supervisor Wynn, if you chose to make an announcement running for president, now would be a great opportunity.
As you've raised that question in the past, Chair Patty, I've told you I'm not running for anything anymore. You
have a disappointed audience. Supervisor representing District 5 of San Joaquin County, Robert Rickman. Have you anything to say?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Diedrich, for being here today. And you didn't think I was going to say anything. I saw you eyeball me there for a second. But I'm going to keep it very, very short because I know we have a second portion of the COVID discussion about the resolution. So I'll hold most of my comments for then. But I appreciate Supervisor Wynn's comments, always do, always very knowledgeable. And my only question to you is, you know where I stand on this issue as I beat it to death for the last 8 months and stuff. But I'm just hoping that you and Dr. Park are still, are looking at natural immunity. And, like I've said before, there has been, dozens of studies, and these studies and some of them I have, told you about, but, the robust, long-lasting immunity equal to or greater than the vaccines. I'm hoping that you and Dr. Park are looking at that and taking that information to Sacramento and hopefully trying to incorporate that into some of these policies that the state has mandated.
Supervisor Merkin, through the chair, in some of our CDPH and CHIAC calls weekly, it does seem like there's more discussion about natural immunity. You see a lot more literature out there now that, I don't say it's getting to be equivalent, but it's less being how much better are the vaccines or not. But I think there might be eventually some movement there, and hopefully I think what it comes down to really is how do you prove that immunity. I know Dr. Park mentioned the antibody test and the T and the B cells. Really, I think they need to get to the point where they have a titer to prove what level of immunity, because if you had a natural infection, what was it, mild or more severe, and the resulting antibodies and the immune effect from that. But I would say that there is some increased discussion and perhaps some eventually some peer-reviewed evidence that would put forth that.
Right, and you're right. There has been several different articles that came out since we last met, and I keep on hearing about this antibody thing, how hard it is, but at least the studies I have seen, or at least what I've talked to doctors about, you can go get an antibody test, a blood test, to determine and what's the peak or whatever it may be. And then we hear about the vaccine, but this was an article from CNN Health. Studies confirm waning immunity from Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine, and it talks about how the vaccine drops off after 2 months or so, and it continues to drop off. And, and the frustrating thing is, and I'll end it here, Chair, is anytime you talk about natural immunity, all of a sudden the defenses come up. Well, we don't know how long. We don't know how long it's going to be, what kind of immunity you have. You can't test for it. But then you have articles like this on studies that say, the vaccine efficacy of the vaccines drops and continues to drop, but nobody says anything about that. Compare that to natural immunity. And it just seems that it's just so frustrating. And you have all these different studies, and they're just ignored. And, instead of finding a reason, well, I'll just leave it at that. I'm hoping that you guys will look at that more studiously and realize what, Israel, these dozens of different studies are implicating, and incorporate that into our policies, or at least fight for us our residents here in San Joaquin County at the state level. So thank you, Mr. Diedrich, and Chair, I'll yield my time until.
Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Diedrich, thank you for that presentation, and I appreciate all the hard work you and Dr. Park do for our county and our community. And I know you go to school for, like Dr. Park went to school for a long time, and appreciate everything she brings back to our board and gives us as much information as possible. I think the argument here is whether the government has the right to mandate a law on what we do as Americans. We're not going to tell our parents how to raise their children and what they should do to their children. Our mind, our body, we're Americans, we make our own decisions. So I can't support anything when the governor says, take a shot, and if you don't believe in it, why should you take it? Or if you have to wear a mask. I personally don't like masks, and I get it. I do understand why we're all here. Just when I'm having a conversation with someone's wearing a mask, I ask them to kindly please take it off or step back, and I like to look at people face to face. And so I get with your point, so I understand it. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dietrich, based on conversations we have on a regular basis, can you share with us any dialogue? And I know that through Supervisor Rickman, you were addressing that in recent conversations and addressing some of the natural immunities. Is there anything else as it relates to some of the state mandates and some of the requirements that are being discussed? Is there any movement? Is there any traction? Other counties joining on? Is there a chorus of support, pro or con, of anything that we could share with? We obviously have a very engaged public. This is a very high impact issue for people's lives, their livelihood, and beyond. Is there anything you could share, as we would always like to ask and know what might be on the horizon, or where the discussions are? And just to finish, because you guys are our conduit to the advisors and to the Capitol and through the governor and what his channel of communication would be. So we would like to know what perhaps might be discussed.
I'd say in a lot of the calls and the communication I get from the state and some of our associations, it's I wouldn't say an echo chamber, but a lot of them are fully invested in the vaccines and the effort to mitigate. And I think their heart's in the right place. But I've been, I speak with Supervisor Wynn monthly. I think he knows where I fall politically. I'm a little bit of an outlier. I've talked to this board about at the end of the day, it ought to be an informed decision of any individual to take a vaccine. That being said, I do believe vaccines are safe and effective, and we need to distribute some of the arguments. But as mentioned by the supervisors today, there's a lot of politics interjected, a lot of money being made, if you will, and that's really confusing the response. And has there been some overreactions by our government and what they do to the economy? Yes. We're learning a lot as we go. I am hopeful that eventually the debate about natural immunity and antibodies will become settled. I am leery about what a vaccine passport means, especially when they start talking about domestic air travel. Hopefully there is an ability to I have the vaccine or I have some other natural immunity, and therefore if there is a passport, that there's a couple boxes to check to get a passport.
Understood. Thank you. Just so that we are clear, and there's again many new people here. We as supervisors, I view my position. I'm not speaking for other supervisors, but we are here to facilitate the needs. When we need more testing, we facilitate it. We need more vaccinations. We mobilized and put together assets and capacities and agencies, and it was a really a grounded effort to address that concern. There are people, and as many people here may not have chosen to get a vaccination. I've got a friend of mine who lost 3 cousins that were in their 40s and early 50s, and their children are without a parent, and he recognized that genetically in his family, there's a vulnerability. So he was in favor of getting a vaccination. I personally had COVID. I don't feel inclined to get a vaccination. I have a 12-year-old daughter. I don't feel inclined for her to get a vaccination. These are personal choices, and we are here we are here and we stand resolute. We listen, we engage, we convey to our directors, and that includes Dr. Park, who has been stressed exceptionally. She's been, either appreciated or admonished, depending on how you might feel at any given time, and she has bared those burdens. But she is our conduit, and she is working on behalf of the public, on behalf of the interests. It's not that we have a personal agenda to push or promote. We are here to facilitate and to manage the crisis as it presents itself. When Supervisor Miller was chair last year, we had weekly meetings to address the issue. So we are highly engaged. We hear you. We see and recognize the concerns that we have for the public and for our personal lives and for our personal choices, freedoms, and our responsibilities. So we did shut down. We did close down businesses. We did mask. We did many things. And there's points where we want to move on now that you start to follow science. And some of you may or may not know, but this county is challenging the state to show us the science. They were in the past, they were non-responsive, and this board chose to pursue response and through court action. So, we are engaged. We are the public servants, and we work on your behalf. So these are kind of you're able to see some of what we do and how we talk, but we are engaged on this issue. Now, I have a myriad of public comments, but I believe some of them might be related to COVID and some of them might be related to the resolution. So I'm uncertain if we want to wait to address and everybody speak on behalf of the resolution that you might be in support of, or if you want to speak on behalf of the COVID issue. I see Ms. May she wants to speak on the COVID issue. So you can come up, and again, I've got many names here, and we want to be efficient and effective with our time. But I think we might have two issues to speak on behalf of a support for the resolution and or you may have a statement as it relates to COVID. So I'll start off with Ms. May. Ironically, you're the first request right here. So if you'd like to come down and speak, Ms. Angela May.
You're saying 478 new cases, 16.1 case per 100,000. I'm sorry, where does that involve us shutting down, staying shut down, and continue to further restrict our liberties? Benjamin Franklin said it best, that when he says, if you're willing to give up safety for, if you're willing to give up your liberty for a little bit of safety, you deserve neither. So I'm going to say we need to start thinking with our heads, because right now, that presentation alone, I have several problems. Boys and Girls Club, Stallworth Charter School, and the many schools that are not on that list for today, we have our children's locations, their sanctuary, their place of safety, with a place that they're supposed to feel the safest when the parents drop them off. Those locations need to go away. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry when I say that our children are blatantly being targeted right now for something that is not FDA approved. And FDA approval aside or not, they're profiting billions of dollars with Pfizer, their #1 investor. On a side note, I would like to say we're spending, I think Maggie Parks a couple times ago said that we're spending about $55 on the testing at a county level pricing. I don't know if that has fluctuated or adjusted. But 36 countries are effectively implementing prophylaxis and treatment. That includes ivermectin, 36 countries. So you'll have to excuse me, and forgive my French, I'm going to call the bullshit card here, because we need to be implementing cheap treatments and prophylaxis on an everyday that promotes health and that stops promoting government intrusion and tyranny. Currently, there are autopsy reports showing uncontrolled expression of spike proteins. I've already submitted to this board before studies of which spike proteins are not antibodies, but cytotoxins, and they are killing people. Unfortunately, that leaves a vast list of vaccine-induced myocarditis for people, boys being the highest targets. Those have been recently published in the last week as well. So let me say this. We have police officers, we have responders, we have nurses on strike, we have airline pilots, cargo workers, truckers, you name it. We have people who are losing their livelihoods because of government overreach. When do we just say no more? We have, just at VAERS alone, and this is estimated according to Harvard, 1 to 10%, 16,310 deaths, 75,605 hospitalizations, 87,000 plus urgent care, 121,000 doctor office visits, 7,141 anaphylaxis, 9,400 plus Bell's palsy, 2,415 miscarriages. What the hell are we doing to our population trying to mandate this or recommend it as unsafe? It is not safe. It is killing people.
Thank you.
Anything else? This is fraud.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. May. Appreciate you. Looking through these requests, they all say item number 2, passport mandates and such. So is there anybody that would like to speak as it relates to item number 1, our COVID discussion? Please.
Hello again. It's really a shame that Kathy Miller isn't here today. This is an important discussion. So I want to touch on the mandates that are coming down from Gavin Newsom. The COVID vaccine will be approved EUA for children 5 and up the end of this month. Under SB 277, we have something called number 11 amendment, which allows for a personal belief exemption to be put on file for any vaccines in addition to 2015. But we know Gavin Newsom has already promised that he's going to do away with that, and a supermajority of Democrats, it's going to happen. So my comment is more towards the families in the back. Homeschool. Break the system and homeschool. And I know that a lot of people feel that they can't do that, but this is where it takes a village. And under liberatesjc.com, we have pod information for families who do want to homeschool, and we're going to come together and start creating our private education associations. The parents, residents, and business owners are holding the line here. On our website, we have anti-discrimination posters being put on windows. This is the modern-day Green Book. It's up to you as supervisors to send a clear message to the state, and it's also the responsibility of us as the people to participate in nonviolent noncompliance. The data does not support the public health emergency, and we should look at counties like Placer County that ended their public health emergency. Newsom has threatened their funding, but this is where county council is responsible for looking at, can they actually put stipulations on funding? This is where we hold the line. We are not talking about anti or pro. We're talking about choice. The choice is always a personal decision. And when you have a product that's rushed, and when you have the scientists being censored, the nurses walking off, the doctors being walked off of the hospital grounds, this is where we need to start questioning the science. Is it bought or is it real?
Thank you. Madam Clerk, is there any discussions as it would relate to the COVID versus going to item number 2, which will be the resolution?
I do not have written public comments related to the first COVID discussion.
Okay. And then last, County Council, I've talked about, we had mentioned, and we have a very robust level of engagement, which we appreciate from the public. We had mentioned that we've asked for the science from the state. Maybe you give us an update on that, but also let's maybe set the table for where we are as a county when we talk about maybe denouncing or removing ourselves from the state emergency orders. In fact, and we do know that Placer's done that in the past, kind of figuratively, but we do know that they also, in their resolution, ceded all authority to the state. So it didn't really accomplish very much. Maybe you give us an update because we have a robust level of engagement from the public.
Thank you, through the chair. As to the lawsuit, that was served 2 weeks ago, I believe it was, on CDPH, and they've got 45 days in which to answer. We haven't had a response from them yet, so in about 30 days we should get some kind of response. I'll provide the board with updates as that case progresses.
Thank you.
As far as what Placer did, I can't really speak to what Placer did. The ability of the county to cancel its own declarations of emergency always exists. But there, the idea of a county ceding authority, it's not, counties are creations of the state. We are obligated and we are controlled by the declarations of the state and the emergency orders. We can be more restrictive than those emergency orders, but we cannot be less restrictive than those.
Understood. And it is, again, I'm looking to share with the public so that you have a level of understanding of the conflict we might have if we were to remove ourselves from the emergency declaration. That oftentimes puts at risk, and that would in fact put at risk of reimbursement for expenses as well as a funding stream. Whereas, just for the public's information, recently we had approved another $30 million going out to local businesses, people that have been impacted by COVID, shutdown and losses. So those dollars that help our local economy, help our families, and help the businesses stay operational and recovers the burdens that they may have had to incur in this past year plus, that would be at risk. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, as would some of the FEMA reimbursements that will come from the federal government.
Understood. Okay. Again, wanted to share with the public that kind of the situation we are in. While we'd like to be resolute and strong and stand on our own, we are beholden to state authority as well as conditions of use of funds for reimbursement. At this time, I will thank Mr. Dietrich. I know Dr. Park was on hold, but we'll move on then to item number 2. This is to adopt a resolution prohibiting the use of mandatory vaccine passports by any San Joaquin County office, board, agent, or private business. This will be presented, and I will read. Before the Board of Supervisors in the County of San Joaquin, this resolution prohibiting the use of mandatory vaccine passports by any San Joaquin County office, board, agent, or private businesses. Whereas an individual's COVID-19 vaccination status and records are protected, health information that should not be shared by mandate. And whereas COVID-19 vaccine passports should reduce individual freedom and sacrifice patient privacy. And whereas no free government should ever compel disclosure of protected health information. And whereas the vaccine passports would create a division amongst our populace and violate the fundamental American principle that all people are created equal by establishing 2 classes of citizens, vaccinated and unvaccinated, so that they would be treated differently. And whereas the vaccine passport would further erode public trust and violates the basic dignity of each American citizen. And whereas this type of government interference further divides a divided nation. And whereas a vaccine passport would become the next generation of a show me your papers totalitarian regime. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby prohibit the use of vaccine passports by any county office, board, or agent. And be it further resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors strongly discourages the use of vaccine passports by any other agency or business within the county. Everyone should be free to choose whether or not to receive the COVID-19 vaccinations and or boosters, and no one should be discriminated against in any way for the personal medical decisions they make. I am proud that my office is generating this, and as chairman of this board, coming before the people and coming before this board, and we have a robust level of engagement, of I believe support This is important. It's an important statement. We've got counties that are actually keeping their eyes on us to see what we're doing. We've got counties that are challenging the boards of supervisors and looking to impeach them because of actions that they have or haven't taken as it relates to COVID. So we stand here as your representatives. I'm proud to bring this forward from my office, and thanks to Mike Anderson, the County Council. Working with our CAO, Mr. Wolverdine, we are responsive, and we want to make, sometimes we need to make a statement, and that's a direct reflection of how our community feels and that responsibility we have as your voice. Now, I will state we have a lot of comments, and I've been accused in the past, and there are investigations going on that I try to silence the people, and that's furthest from the truth. What I do is look to be efficient and effective with our time. Now, I know a lot of people are going to have to say the same thing, and you have every right in the world to do that, but you may also come up and say, I support or don't support, or I stand with or I stand against, or I agree with this resolution, and we can move forward with our names. We all have things to do, nothing more important than the public engagement. I have never looked to silence anyone. I'm trying to be efficient with our time. We have your county business to conduct. We have staff here from our sheriff and deputies and many department heads. We pay millions of dollars of salary a year collectively for everybody. So I only, as chairman, try to move along proficiently and effectively, not looking to silence anyone. Make that perfectly clear. So while we call up names, you can come up, you can say, I support this resolution, and you can share a thought or two, and you have 3 minutes. If it's lengthy, I do have a right, and we have the ability to shorten this up to even 1 minute. So just to be respectful of time, let's see how this goes, and I will call up one name at a time. I thank you for this. First up, Miss Cindy Scath. Ooh, your handwriting is almost as bad as mine. Scatithithi? Something, I'm so sorry. Microphone. Speak into the microphone.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
I spoke for Francis earlier. I'm speaking for myself now. My name is Cindy Scaletta. I'm at risk of losing my own job by this mandate, and I don't want this kind of thing to be forced on my family, my grandchildren, my children. I absolutely support a no mandate, move around as a free citizen. We all have free will, and we all need to make our own choices and decisions. So in the effort of time, I'm going to be brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I've got Miss Susie Bowers, and on deck would be Miss Caitlin Guntert.
Good morning. I'm Susie Bowers, a 3-generation native Stocktonian. I've lived in San Joaquin County most of my life. I'm a business owner and a mom of 3. So much has been said already, so I have a bunch of things here, but I'm just going to skip right to being a business owner and what Chairman Patty had brought up. We haven't even talked about the effect of small business with this mandate. I have several friends who own restaurants, salons, all sorts of different places of business. We're talking about fining them if they do not police a vaccine mandate or passport into their place of business. I've heard numbers that are outrageous, such as $75,000 fines. Who's going to police that? And who can afford that? That would put me out of business immediately. And how, when in all my life, I've never gone to a restaurant and asked for proof of vaccines for HIV. Can you prove that your cook doesn't have tuberculosis before I eat here? That's a risk I'm willing to take because I want to live my life, whatever that is. And if it kills me, then so be it. That's my choice as an American, which is what I am, number one, an American citizen. I completely support Chairman Patty. 1,000% this resolution to stop vaccine passports. In my opinion, this is a global crime against humanity. And we have to be, as Americans, the ones that say enough, this cannot go on. And the the point that you made about what will be next. So if I don't get vaccinated, my kids don't get vaccinated, now the government has the overreach to come seize my property, my bank account, and gather me up to the concentration camp where I will be exterminated because I'm a danger to society with my immune system. We cannot allow this, and we have to help our children. Our children, the cost to our children over this last year and a half is unconscionable. The suicide rates are skyrocketing. They're being masked. They're being treated like second-class citizens through this whole pandemic. We cannot allow this. The emergency is over. Anyone with a brain and a calculator can extrapolate numbers off the CDC website that shows this virus has a 99+% survival rate. I'm no mathematician, but even I can do it. So I support you 1,000%. We've got to stop this. We have to stand up as Americans. We can't let money be an issue because the cost to our businesses already has been too high. And it's going to get worse if we require vaccine passports. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm proud to call down Ms. Caitlin Guntert. She married my nephew.
All right, I'm Caitlin Guntert. I'm a Stockton resident. I'll try to narrow this down. I'm here to stand against mandates and vaccine passports and ask to end the state of emergency and support a resolution. To support passports supports oppression, which would hinder any progress against racial prejudices. Because statistically, people of color are less vaccinated. So you're going into this knowing they will be hindered in society, and it's not okay. As far as masks go for children, the only thing proven to be effective is N95s. And other countries in the UK, such as the UK, have taken masks away because they do agree it developmentally hinders our children, and they are the future, so take the masks off. There's nothing that shows that their cloth masks do anything for them. As far as COVID deaths go, over 90% have comorbidities. What about the healthy people? I'm a perfectly healthy person. I know my risks and I take those risks, and that's my choice. Majority of those people, unfortunately, were obese, and sometimes that's life choices and sometimes they cannot help it. The details matter in these cases. You cannot punish healthy people or people who try to make health conscious decisions. As far as our public health officials go, this vaccine, which is really gene therapy, it's the first of its kind on humans. It has never been done in humans. So why should we trust this? At first, Fauci and Walensky from the CDC said it will cut transmission and infection. Wrong. It doesn't. So the vaccinated are just as dangerous as the unvaccinated. More dangerous, actually, because most of the new cases are 84% breakthrough infections. Other diseases are treated differently. You would never ask a naturally immune person to get vaccinated for something they have already had, because it can actually affect them negatively. Mandating vaccinations for jobs and passports and to participate in society make no sense based on actual science, not the science. If we are in an actual state of emergency, these passports would make it worse. At this point, the government is creating its own state of emergency, which allows them overreach. They are failing citizens. There's no upside to the passports. It's going to ruin livelihoods, small businesses, create more poverty, more prejudice. There is no upside. And as far as health complications go, they are only now studying female fertility and myocarditis. Why was this not done before injecting millions of Americans? It's unethical, and it's a crime. So doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, is insanity. The government has gone insane. They double and triple down. Or it's the biggest scam we've ever witnessed. That's it.
Next up, I have Miss Nicole Featherland. On deck would be Miss Heather Smitty.
Good morning. I am a mom. I am a healthcare worker, and until somebody can explain to me how my unvaccinated status is causing the vaccinated to be sick, I refuse to take something that's still being tested. And I believe in the resolution, and I support the resolution.
Thank you. Next up would be Karen Griggs. You're up. No, after you. Yes, please. Thank you, Heather.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I'm a small business owner. I opened a restaurant in Tracy just a few days after shelter-in-place began, after months of struggling to even get that far. I was given the worst set of circumstances in which to follow my dream, but I jumped through all the hoops, and though I never qualified for any assistance because technically I had no lost sales, I had managed to make it so far. I made it through new ever-changing guidelines, carry-out only, outdoor dining, food and supply shortages, staffing shortages, only now to be facing the idea of vax passports. I was raised to work for what I want and to never give up, and I've done that. I was also raised to love everyone and to treat everyone with respect. I have also done that, and I have taught my children to do the same. Being forced to make my staff and my guests make a medical decision that they may be uncomfortable with draws a line for me, because it goes against those core values that I hold. I was taught to not discriminate, and by only allowing people who take a shot in my business, I'm doing just that. I, for one, will not comply. I won't be forced to discriminate. If that means that I face fines that I won't be able to afford and end up losing my business, so be it. I'll end up moving to another state where I'm still allowed personal freedoms and to make choices for myself. And I won't be the only one. I would like to think that my county would have that level of commitment to its residents, regardless of the risk that it's involved on the state level. I hope that you take the time to really consider the choice that you're making here, knowing it's about more than just some shot that doesn't even prevent anything or keep anyone truly protected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Griggs. After Ms. Griggs, I've got Mark Washburn.
I retired from San Francisco General Hospital 20 years ago, but I was there during the heyday of the HIV crisis. In California alone, 700,000 people died of HIV, and we never went through anything like this. The vaccine that they are giving us now has not been approved. It has a temporary approval. One of the things that people don't seem to realize is that vaccines used to be a denigrated germ that we were injected with that was able to produce antibodies in our body. What they have done now is go into our DNA, and they created an mRNA, which is the memory of coding in the DNA, and they're trying to recode the DNA to prevent this. But we have no idea what all this coding is going to do to our DNA because it's not been tested. And I really do oppose this because this is not the America that I grew up in. And I was born before World War II and been through a whole lot. And this has never, ever happened before about anything. And I really approve the fact that you're standing up. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mr. Mark Washburn, and next on deck, Ashley Herzik, if you could be ready.
Vice Chairman Wynn, first, I want to encourage you that it's not a conspiracy if it's true. Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, my name is Mark Washburn. I'm the pastor of Valley Bible Church on Davis Road in Stockton. A number of our men are here today to say thank you, specifically to you, Mr. Chairman, for taking a proactive stand against vaccine mandates and passports. Showing your papers is fitting for 1939 Nazi Germany, not 21st century America, and not for San Joaquin County. Thank you for recognizing government overreach, which has been going on since early 2020 nationwide in California for decades. and which evidence was clearly shown by the scientifically bankrupt report from your county staff earlier. Thank you for recognizing that we have an inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, a right given to us not by our government, but by the one true God himself. Thank you also for recognizing that we, the people, have common sense to take care of ourselves without government telling us how and when and where. You heard the quote earlier from Ben Franklin about safety versus liberty. Our liberty is more important. And while COVID is real, at Valley Bible Church, some wear masks and others don't. Some are vaxxed, others are not. All are welcome. None are judged. None are judged because, again, this is about personal liberty, and the mortality rate for COVID, as reported by the CDC, is significantly less than 0.5%. Thank you for listening. Thank you for seeking to represent our interests instead of the interests of government and corporate interests. And if any of you are looking for a church focused on our ultimate freedom in Jesus Christ, we meet Sundays at 10 a.m.
Ashley Herzik is next, and Chrissy White to follow. Please be ready.
Hello, I am a Lodi Unified District employee and a proud member of San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. I recently heard that the thing that is plaguing this country is the spirit of fear. Since the virus was first discovered, I was too initially fearful. I stopped watching the news. Fear is not what won me over. Logic and free will did. This is no longer about a virus. It's about attempting to control we the people. We cannot continue on this path. The people in this community are not living freely. They too are living in fear. People are more fearful than ever. What are the long-term mental health effects of a fear-driven society on our youngest developing minds? I have students who literally think they are going to die if they remove their masks to breathe in fresh outdoor air. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for ages 15 to 19, and rates are 50% higher among girls aged 12 to 17 than pre-pandemic. Now that is something to be alarmed about. The state can continue to dump money into the school districts. Lodi Unified got $119 million to combat learning loss and mental health concerns secondary to the pandemic, but this is not going to help. Stop the cycle and stop the fear-mongering mandates. We need to end these mandates to begin healing our society. Thank you. I am appalled that our students are being coerced into the vaccine in order to be able to play sports or be in a social club. I will not stand by and watch our 5 to 11-year-olds be coerced into vaccines to attend school. I am so proud to be standing in the room speaking out against mandated medical choices. I know that there is still a big silent group of parents, employees, and students who support free choice, many of which are not here because they too are fearful. Although they are very passionate about their freedoms, they are more fearful of retaliation from their peers, employers, and colleagues. The discrimination of non-vax people is real. Passing the vaccine passport will make this even worse. From the last data I reviewed, 55% of the eligible San Joaquin County residents are vaccinated, with lower vaccine numbers among minority groups. That's almost 1 in 2 not complying. The cities, districts, and unions continue to support the overreaching mandates put out by our state and federal government. The leadership in our districts and cities are more full of fear than ever, and I ask you all to not lead by fear. Please do not say your hands are tied, like we have heard from most of our politicians, including Lodi Unified School Board. It's a slap in the face to us and is weak. I thank and appreciate all of you standing with us, and I support the presented resolution. Thank you.
Chrissy White, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Christine White. First and foremost, vaccine passports are against our constitutional rights and bodily autonomy. If we do not have choice of what is injected into our body or our children's body, then we are no longer a free society. If there is a risk, there must be a choice. These vaccines were monitored for 2 months post-shot, 2 months post the second shot. How will we know what the long-term side effects are of these, like cancer, autoimmune diseases, infertility? They won't show up for years. Trials for this experimental vaccine are currently ongoing and will not end until 2023. The CDC has admitted that the vaccine does not stop transmission. What this means is that the vaccine is actually lowering symptoms, but vaccinated can still get and spread the virus, making them asymptomatic carriers and spreaders of the virus, which is obvious by the large increase in cases and deaths this year compared to last year with no available vaccine. CDC and FDA have also admitted that immunity is already waning, why they have recommended booster shots, all while ignoring that natural immunity always has and always will outlast vaccine immunity. Pfizer's own trial follow-up showed that 15 vaccinated patients died after the six-month period. 15 vaccination patients died, while only 14 unvaccinated died. We will never be able to end a pandemic with a leaky vaccine that does not stop transmission. Currently in Israel, they have 78% of their 12 and up vaccinated, and they have 95% of their severe cases are fully vaccinated, and their vaccine efficacy is down to 39%. If vaccine passports are approved, they will not stop with just 2 shots. There'll be endless boosters. There'll be strings attached to participate in society. Haven't had your adult MMR or DTaP? Add it to the list. Forever testing with the PCR test that we know at 33 cycle thresholds has an 80% chance of false positives. What else will they hold against us? Our driver's license? We'll be able to go into grocery stores or be denied medical care. Our U.S. prides itself on medical privacy. We do not turn away kids that are HIV or Hep B positive. No. Do we tell smokers we won't care for them if they get cancer? No. We already have a labor shortage. What do you think will happen if we exclude a portion of society? Vaccine passports are a government overreach and will bring back segregation. It's unlawful and immoral to discriminate based on sex, race, religion, or medical status. Please vote to ban vaccine passports. And if they do get approved, just warning, we do not co-parent with the government and we will not comply.
Thank you. Next up, I have Ms. Corey Stewart. Are you passing? Okay, thank you. Next up, then, I have Ms. Teresa Rudd.
Turn in my paper. Okay. My name is Therese Rudd. I'm an RN. I've been an RN for 24 years. I was an RN. I'll talk to you also. Probably took care of some of you. Basically in 1995, I had a vaccine reaction, and I was rendered very weak and had a lot of fatigue for 6 months. I was a student at CSU Sacramento getting my nursing degree, and I was told by my neurologist and PCP never to get a vaccine again. And I worked in the local hospital for 23 years. During the initial COVID pandemic, some of this is to you, Mr. Dietrich. During the initial COVID pandemic of 2020, the hospital I worked at had no protocol. Again, no protocol. I knew that the job of being a physician, because I work closely with physicians, is to use scientific method to deduce the best outcome and to cause no harm. What I witnessed in the hospital was doctors following what the FDA, the CDC, and the NIH said, not using any scientific deduction in fear of losing their licensure. Fauci recommended remdesivir, which in previous studies regarding Ebola was kicked out of the study because 52% of the people got renal failure or possibly died. I questioned that. Some of the doctors told me, well, we're supposed to use it. I know it doesn't work. I know it's bad. That's what I was told. Being that I was a nurse on a respiratory unit, I knew that putting a ventilator tube down the throat of a person with inflamed lungs and putting pressure in the lungs was like one of the worst things you could do. And I questioned that. I was told, hey, the doctors in Texas have a protocol. Can we do that protocol? No. I was told that I showed them studies. I brought studies to work, and I said, listen, let's try ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. Okay, nope, couldn't do that. I was basically relegated to being quiet. I was told to shut up, and eventually a doctor labeled me practicing medicine without a license because I questioned. So a physician came forward and complained about me. It was unwarranted. My supervisor was like, this is a totally unwarranted complaint. And I knew to get out of there. So I got a job at a leading tertiary hospital. And the director of employee health, when he found out I couldn't get vaccinated, after telling me, by October, you have to get vaccinated. Are you willing to get vaccinated? I said, no, I have 2 medical notes and a religious exemption. Well, we don't take religious exemptions. I said, well, oh, sorry, I'm up. Anyway, I support, anyway, I got fired from that tertiary hospital. So by discriminating against me and also African Americans who are the least likely to get this vaccine because of Tuskegee experiment and other experiments in prisons done by them, by the government.
Thank you. We're past 3 minutes. Thank you. Noting that we have robust levels of support, we are within the authority to call for 1-minute public comment, and we were going to do that this time. And we do appreciate all of your voices and that you're here to speak. Next up, I've got Mark Turner, and I'd like to have online Alex Alaferis, and followed by Rita Long.
Hi, I am Mark Turner, and this will be quick. I have never participated in any city council event, any county event. I have not protested. I've not carried a sign. I've not done a thing. But enough is enough. And thank you. And thank you for your resolution that we wholeheartedly support.
Thank you. If I've called your name, please come down and stand by ready. We've got Alex. I see Alex coming down right now, followed by Rita Long, and Xiao Lo will be next. Thank you.
Alex Olaferis. I'm a good member. I'm proud of the San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. And recently, I became a substitute teacher. Been teaching, well, substitute. Now, my right to work is being affected. You know what I told the Lodi Unified School District? I will not consent and I will not comply. And a weakling testing? What am I, a farm animal? That's not ethical, that's immoral. And before I leave, this is a doctrine. The lesser magistrate doctrine declares that when the superior higher civil authority makes unjust, immoral laws or decrees, the lesser or lower ranking civil authorities, you have both a right and a duty to refuse obedience to that superior authority, which is the state of California. They did this in the Roman Empire. They did this among the kings of Europe.
Thank you, Alex. Rita Long and Xiao Lo, be ready.
So to start off, I'm an American immigrant, a proud one of that. I'm from Egypt. The reason why we came to this country to begin with was because of the discrimination based on religion. And here we are, after so many years of being American, or being in America, being discriminated against based on your medical choices. And that's not the America that we came. We came here for freedom and acceptance. Considering this virus has a 99.8 survival rate, it's not about safety, it's about control and it's about money. So just quick facts that are pretty insane, that the CDC did a test for COVID-19 on it's 1 death per 174,000 deaths for kids. But then the Pfizer Moderna trials was 1 death per 1,000 vaccinated. So this is basically a death sentence to children. And I don't have kids and I don't want to have kids if this is how it's going to be in America. But the vaccinated can spread and get COVID. And just make America America. That's why we came here.
Thank you.
So thank you. That's it.
And we appreciate that you're here and speaking. Thank you. Xiao Lo, are you here or it's not moving on? I've got Rosales. I'm sorry, I cannot make out the last name. Living on Alexandria Place. Next I have Amber Parsons and I have Caitlin Galvin. Please be ready. Any of those names, come on down. I've got Caitlin Gavlin. I've got Amber Parsons, whoever's ready.
My name is Amber Parsons, and I'm just here to voice my concern about vaccine passports. I'm 100% on board with this resolution. I thank you for bringing this up. There are many people who cannot vaccinate, whether it's due to a religious belief, medical condition, personal belief, whatever it is. There's no reason why the citizens, including myself, my children, should have to suffer huge consequences and be treated like second-class citizens, be segregated from society, not be able to feed our families or live a normal life. I don't know about you, but I find this to be simply immoral and unconstitutional. I hope that you can see the damage that this can cause, and I thank you for your support thus far, and ask that you please stand on the side of freedom to protect your Constitution and ban this vaccine passport.
Thank you. Caitlin Galvin. Thank you. Next up, I'm going to move past Rosalo, and I've got Flores. Next. Thank you.
The FDA approved biotech's Comirnaty vaccine, which is not yet produced or distributed in the United States. That means all currently available vaccines still fall under emergency use authorization, meaning they are experimental. Experimental medical products and procedures cannot by law be mandated. This specifically applies to California Health and Safety Code 24172. I provided it for you, and the Nuremberg Code. We cannot say that these vaccines are not dangerous. They are still in clinical trials, and there is no long-term safety data. Theirs has also shown a staggering increase in reports since 2020. Why aren't we accepting natural immunity, which appears to be far superior and longer lived than vaccine immunity? I'll tell you why. It's because it's free and no one makes money. A recent study came out that shows vaccines from Pfizer last approximately 2 months in terms of immunity. What's the point? When does it end? Will you only be considered fully vaccinated if you have 6 boosters a year? Vaccine passports would have a devastating effect on small businesses in San Joaquin County. No PPP loan is going to save a small business that doesn't have patrons. Are you prepared to segregate our society and allow for discrimination against minorities in our community? Perhaps these groups are right to question motives of the government. Maybe they remember the Tuskegee experiments and are justified in not trusting the healthcare system. All right.
Thank you, Caitlin.
There's another law I'd really like you guys to read. Can I leave it for you?
Would you please? And thank you for squeezing in a lot of information. Wonderful.
I'm Rosalie Tevis.
Rosalie, thank you.
I didn't understand how you were saying my name. Anyway, I wanted to say I'm in support of the ban for vaccine passports here in San Joaquin County. It's unbelievable that we even have to be here and to discuss this. It's discrimination, segregation, whatever you want to call it, it's wrong. History has never been on the side of people that were discriminating and segregating people. They're never the good guys. Whether it be for race, religion, or medical freedoms, it's wrong. Vaccine passports would turn our friends, family, and neighbors into second-class citizens, denying them their rights to move freely through our society, and I'll cut it off at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Christine Coffery, and I also have something Flores on Shaylin Court. Christine Coffery, please, and then whoever, Mr. and Miss Flores, living on Shaylin Court, if you're still here.
Okay, my name is Kristen Coffey. I'm also with the San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. I'm a Lodi resident and have lived in San Joaquin County for nearly 2 decades. I'm here to speak my support for the resolution to ban vaccine passports. I have a son in Lincoln Unified who has been forced to wear a useless and unscientific mask in order to attend school and return to some bit of normalcy. Now the overreaching government erroneously thinks they have the legal authority to make what could be a life-altering medical decision for him when he is at little to no risk from COVID. In fact, he has a higher risk of injury from these vaccines, which have undergone minimal testing, than he is from the COVID-19 virus. I do not co-parent with the government. Forcing a child or anyone to receive a vaccine in order to participate in society is evil, it's coercion, it's unethical, and it is un-American. San Joaquin County has the opportunity to set the standard, to hold the line for its constituents, to uphold the Constitution, and to say no to discrimination and segregation. We, the people, implore you to pass this resolution banning vaccine passports. We will not stop fighting. This is our hill. We will not comply.
I've got Mr. or Miss Flores, somebody living on Shaylin Court. Next up would be Mr. Kelso. Are you Miss Flores?
Yes, I'm Araceli.
Thank you. I'm so sorry I couldn't read.
You guys couldn't. It's okay. 2 weeks ago, I was here and I spoke also. Hold on. Okay. So I support the resolution. We're being stripped of our freedoms. Let's not forget King Newscomb was one of the 5 governors who murdered some of our elderly population by placing COVID-positive patients amongst them. COVID vaccines are medical experiments on humanity. We are the trials. What type of world will we leave our children, our grandchildren, if we do not stand for freedom? We are stronger together. Let's go, Brandon.
Mr. Kim Kelso and Jeffrey Larson would be next. Be ready, please. Followed by Rochelle Corley.
Thank you. I do support the resolution. If you haven't heard yet, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, has issued an executive order banning all vaccine mandates, just to say the fact. The facts are proving more and more every day that the vaccine is not as effective as they were hoping, and is actually showing signs that it is more likely to cause more harm to the healthy than COVID-19 itself. There are signs starting to show proving the vaccinated are becoming more easily infected with the new variants than the unvaccinated, and the vaccinated are spreading it more rapidly than the unvaccinated. Forcing mandates on all of us Americans is the most unethical I have ever heard of in my entire lifetime. This madness needs to stop, and we are here today to show you that you will not be standing alone for your help. We need your help. You need to stand up against these mandates and free all of our kids from schools, all these mandates, so the kids can be kids. Thank you.
Next up, Jeffrey Larson. Please be ready. If I've called your name, you should be standing on deck just for time. Thank you. I'm sorry. And then Rochelle Corley, I believe it is, and then followed by Rhea Jones. Please be ready.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Larson. I've been a lifetime Stocktonian for 43 years, and I represent my wife, my 3 children, my entire family. And I'd like to read the California Constitution preamble, which states, "We the people of the state of California grateful to Almighty God for our freedom. In order to secure and perpetuate its blessings, do establish this Constitution." In Section 1, all people are by nature free and independent and have inalienable rights. Among these are enjoying and defending life and liberty, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and pursuing and obtaining safety, happiness, and privacy. I am in support of the mandate because my children do not need to be subject to any experimental treatments. I am a heart patient. I do not need myocarditis to go along with 2 stents. I really hope you guys stick with this, because if you hold this line, I'll tow it with you. Take my name, take my number, and call me if you need me.
Ms. Rochelle? Thank you.
Rochelle Cole, and I'm a born and raised San Joaquin resident. I'm a mother and also a very proud, one of the first teachers to start a private education association here in our county and our state. My mission is to get all children out of the public schools and into private education associations. Just a real quick glance into the future. You know, I appreciate you guys for what I'm for the resolution, and let me tell you what my son had told to him at his hockey game, or before his hockey game. He's 10. They said, "You can play if your parents show proof of vaccination." So you know what my son said? "I guess I don't get to play, coach, because my mom ain't showing no papers." Not proper grammar, but I was so proud. I'll tell you that right there. No 10-year-old, no student should have to be put in the place where they have to choose.
And again, I appreciate what you guys are doing. We've been contacting you for over a year with our resolutions. We've been providing papers. I've been emailing you. And I was glad to be in this building that I was actually discriminated against for not having a mask a year ago by the guard.
Thank you. Glad you're here. Rhea, thank you. And I've got Tawny Martell next, please.
Hi, my name is Rhea Jones. I am an immigrant, naturalized citizen of the United States. My parents brought me past the Statue of Liberty, escaping socialism, and now here we are. We are a large family with many small businesses involved, and many of us have had to give up jobs, small businesses, and suffered financially, unbelievably so. We've had to help each other make house payments. With that said, when you said you're between a rock and a hard place because the state will deprive you of money, funds, taxpayer money, join the club. We've had to make those choices day in and day out. Stand strong with us. Make the same choices we are making. I'm asking you to do that. You're putting a price on our children's head over money. Any amount of money, millions and millions, billions of dollars is not worth giving.
Thank you. I've got Tawny Martell, followed by Jenna Cruzenberry and Jennifer McGill. Please be ready.
Good morning. My name is Tawny Martell. I'm also a member of the local San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. I'm here today in support of banning the vaccine passports and unconstitutional mandates. I'm an employee at a small business here in San Joaquin County. Thankfully, we withstood the closures last year, but it was a huge hardship. As much as I'd love to celebrate staying open, the looming thought of potential implementation of vaccine passport requirements and the negative effects it would have on businesses is frightening. On a daily basis, I hear from my customers about their thoughts and stances regarding vaccine passports. The common theme is either once that happens, they are leaving California, or they did their part. They got the 2 doses and they are done, no boosters, which as we know, they will soon be considered unvaccinated. If these passports are implemented for our county, my workplace, as well as many other small businesses, will be closed forever. These small businesses, these mom and pop shops, are a huge part of what makes our county so great. We cannot let this happen. The financial impact will be devastating. I'm also a concerned mom. These mandates they are in process of implementing on our kids are lacking data.
Thank you.
And continue standing for freedom.
Miss Jenna Cruzenberry, is that correct? And would you please introduce the 2 guests you have?
So these are my 2 daughters, Jacqueline and Charlotte. They are the main reason why I'm here today, because if I don't stand up today, they're going to inherit a world where they can't. What is tyranny? Tyranny is the arbitrary and unrestrained exercise of power, despotic abuse of authority. What is liberty? That is mentioned in both our California Constitution and our U.S. Constitution. Liberty is the freedom from arbitrary or despotic government or control. There is no one-size-fits-all solution here. Where there is risk, there are many. There must be also a choice. If we don't stand up against these vaccine passports and mandates, we have a threat to our small businesses and our public safety. I am also the wife of a San Joaquin Sheriff's deputy. He loves his job, and if these vaccines are mandated for him, he will lose this job, and many others will follow him. So please, do the right thing and stand up against this government control.
And thank you for setting examples and raising patriots in our great country. Next up, I'd like to call down Ms. Jennifer McGill. I'd like Brandon Wagner to be ready and Brooke Shamhart. All be ready, please. Thank you.
Jennifer McGill, resident of Stockton. If societal participation based upon a vaccine passport isn't akin to an armband or your papers, please, what is? If a mandated COVID passport is not a repressive policy akin to the policies of so many communist regimes in the past, what is? A vaccine passport will publicly divide and ultimately pit all of us against one another. Vaccination versus unvaccinated, and if isn't akin, and if that isn't akin to discrimination, what is? I urge Dr. Maggie Parks, our public health official, to validate the health mandates she has imposed upon us. Show us the science you are following. Make these records public. By not doing so, you are contributing to the erosion of our trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brandon Wagner, come on down.
Loving that chant these days. Loving it.
You brought your own cheering section.
Good morning, folks. My name is Brandon Wagner, and I am a resident of Stockton since 2008. I'm also a U.S. history teacher at Manteca Unified, teaching 8th graders. I'm a loving husband and father of 2 boys, both 4 and 8. And of course, next year, it's looking like we might not have a job anymore. My wife also teaches kindergarten, and we're both against these vaccine mandates. We are very happy that you're proposing this proposition, and we're all for that. I would also like to encourage you not only to vote to support this resolution put forth, but also I want you to try to put some teeth in maybe some future resolution that might be able to check any government, be it schools, if they do try to make this. Can you maybe pass a law that would start finding these and prevent this? Because we might not all be having jobs or even living here next year. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Brooke Shamhart, come on down.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. We've heard a lot about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So I want to talk about my pursuit of happiness. I'm a teacher in Lodi Unified, and my pursuit of happiness is every day setting foot on that campus and interacting with kids and making them feel as though they're the most important person in the room. That's my job. What does my pursuit of happiness not look like? Taking an injection without informed consent that has not been through the proper trials and testing. Mandating that children also receive this injection so that they can set foot on the place that brings them ultimate joy. I've seen it thousands of times. Many kids come with terrible home lives. School is their sanctuary. We cannot take this from them. Absolutely not. I went to the Capitol and I heard a great speaker, and he said a few good people can stand up for what's right and cause change. And I would like to say that this board, you all have positioned yourselves to be heroes. And I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I've got David Tomming. I'd like Kaylee Mahoney to be ready and Denise Mendez. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Tomming. I'm the superintendent. Sorry. I can never get through any of these speeches. I'm superintendent of New Jerusalem School District and Delta Charter Schools. I'm one of those dreaded public school employees. But our district will never, ever hold a poison clinic on our campus, ever. I'm willing to commit professional suicide by holding the line with you guys and by not getting vaccinated. Go ahead and call me a domestic terrorist. As much as it pains me to say, every parent needs to seriously consider pulling their kids from public education. They're no longer safe there. My background in San Joaquin County goes back 5 generations, 160 years. But it's time to go. This state has become unsafe for anybody who wants to raise their kids to love their country. If you can't get your kids out of school, get them out of California.
Next up, Ms. Kaylee Mahoney, and would you kindly introduce your guests?
This is my daughter, Cammie, and my son, Desmond, and I'm going to make it quick because...
If Cammie comes to the side, we can see her.
If you come here, I have no problem squatting. Okay, so I'm going to leave it just a little bit at the end because he has something to say, because a 4-year-old is brave enough to come and public speak. So anyone who is afraid of public speaking, a 4-year-old can do it, and he's not afraid. So I wanted to commend all of you that are here physically. There are some people here that are hiding. that are not actually here, and that speaks volumes. I live in District 2. Actually, I'm a neighbor of Kathy Miller, and it's very difficult to know that she's not here to support what you guys are putting forward. So I wanted to kind of go off of what Angela May talked about earlier. I am a daughter of the American Revolution. Our family owned the tavern that the first shot of the Revolutionary War was shot in front of. If you are all unaware, this is where the Minutemen and militia gathered to strategize against the tyrannical government that was the British. I am a byproduct of that. We have more than 3% here representing our count. We are going to have more than 3% here. And I just want to let you all know that we are ready to fight with you, and we are ready to say no to government overreach. Okay.
Hi, everyone. I am Desmond, and I hope we will never listen to Gavin Newsom, and that we will follow Jesus.
Thank you, Desmond. Thank you, Desmond and Caitlin, for being here. Next up, Denise Mendez, please.
I've spoken a lot today. I just want to say thank you guys for standing up and introducing this resolution. The entire country is looking at you right now, and we in San Joaquin County will step out with you and support these decisions when they protect our United States Constitution. So thank you very much.
Narrowing down, I've got Ryan Randall, followed by Anthony White, and I've got a Danielle support a resolution on a regular piece of paper. Please be ready.
Howdy, my name is Ryan Randall. I'm being fired from Stockton Unified for not wearing a mask. My twin brother has a hearing loss. He was let go as a driver last year for not wearing a mask when he wasn't required to wear a mask. Try to cut this down. Too bad the Democratic Party wasn't here to represent themselves. My daughter is going to turn 12 years old. She's at Lodi Unified, and it infuriates me that she's wearing a mask every day just to be around her friends. This is coming segregation. There's way too much government overreach. We're giving power to the state, and what that does is it becomes communism. And a lot of people don't realize what's coming. That is communism. It's here. If we don't fight now, we'll be in the gulag. So I just want to say I support the board and the resolution to stop the vaccine mandates. And God bless everybody that showed up here. Thank you.
Anthony White.
Yes, sir. Is my mic on? I want to say God bless everyone. Thank you. I'm going to address the elephant in the room. This is about depopulation. Does the government really care about our health? They don't promote fruits, vegetables, exercise, vitamin D from the sun, vitamin C. They constantly tell you to cover your face. You're hindering yourself from clean oxygen. That don't make no sense. Sanitizing everything. We need good germs to accumulate. What else I'll say? Man, I froze up a little bit, but at the end of the day, if we really care about our people, we'll let them make free choices. We can't just keep forcing them to do stuff. It just doesn't make any sense. How is it that you could walk into the restaurant with the mask and then take it off? We've all been breathing the same air. It don't work. Masks do not work. I understand some N95s. I'm on my lawn and the dirt still get in my nose. It's an N95. It's not possible. The air particles go too small. They fly through everything. It's just common sense. God bless everybody. I've been over here, and we only been in this county for about 4 years, and we love it compared to the Bay because we got people like this fighting. Continue to fight for us. For real.
Thank you. I've got a request from Danielle. Single name, Danielle. Anybody coming back down?
Mi chiamo es Lorena Daniela Elias Cardinali. I am a 9th generation California from the De Anza expedition. In my hand, I hold a FOIA request from the state of Delaware. In it, it states there has been no isolation of a virus and it has not been combined by any contamination. This should untie your hands. I'm here to represent the thousands of migrants that have come to our county, the Vietnamese, the Hmong, and all of these people who have run away from this tyranny. On this, it says that the governor's office could not find any records or any document to respond to this. This has also taken place in Canada. Patrick King, look it up. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here because I care about our community and our people. And if you look at this paper from another state that says that a virus does not exist and cannot be isolated, what are we actually in here for? I support everything we do and even the people who aren't here because together we must stand against this. I gave my personal number to you so you can call me if you need any help.
I have a request from Jim Hicks.
Jim Hicks, I'm representing the California Republican Assembly today, and I want to tell you, board members, that we are so proud of you. You are standing up to tyranny of our state government, and that's your responsibility and that's your duty, and I appreciate you doing that. The book I'm giving you as a gift is our appreciation, is the Doctrine of the Lesser Magistrates, and that's what you are representing today. You're standing up to these laws that make no sense. And we encourage you to continue to do it. And you talk about, are we going to have the funds to do it or the people? Part of the people's response to you standing up is to support you. You see about 150 people here today, and there's probably 100 behind them. You've got the support. And the financials, I read through your agenda. There's almost $30 to $40 million of stuff that's on your agenda. Maybe we need to save it for the important, the freedom, fight the freedom instead of the garbage that the state sends down to us. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Stand the course.
I have a final call for Mr. Xiao Lo. I have a request to speak. He may have left. Okay, moving on then. I know we have more public comments coming in. We're going to pause for a moment. I have some requests from board members to speak. First up, Mr. Rickman, Supervisor, District 5.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everybody for being here today. It's always great to see a great turnout. I think those of you that have watched the board meetings in the past know where I stand on this issue, and of course it's pro-choice, but there will be those who watch this and try to spin it like those of us here on the board or those of you in the audience are anti-vaxxers and so on. And I can speak on, I think, for the board behalf that is furthest from the truth. And I believe, and I'm not going to speak for everyone, that is your choice, that the vaccines are available. If you wish to take them, by all means, you should consult your physician, your family, and come to that decision on your own. Now, as to the mandates, for me personally, I do support the resolution, and anything that comes along that inhibits your freedom, you should be, very suspicious. And I believe the greatest risk is giving up your fundamental rights. Over the last 2 years, we have seen our rights under the First Amendment under constant attack. Your right to worship, your right to assemble, your right to petition your government, freedom of speech. It took the Supreme Court, or it took 5 Supreme Court cases to finally tell California that you have a right to enter your church to worship. And how many months did the state forbid you to enter your local government chambers like this one to petition your government and redress the grievances in person? Studies and opposing views have been, talk about the First Amendment, studies and opposing views have been purged from, social media, cancel culture, attacking anyone, who disagrees with them. Our freedoms are under attack, and many of you Americans have had enough. The American government is not free to disregard the First Amendment in a time of crisis. Now, where is the road to normalcy and treating each other like brothers and sisters and respecting the decisions that we each have made? You are here today, have the courage to say to those who wish to make this country a two-tiered society, the vaccinated and unvaccinated, that there is a price you will not pay and a point you will not cross. that you preserve for our children the last and best hope for freedom in the world, or we will surrender that and let our freedom fade away one right at a time. As soon as you give politicians power that they didn't have before, if they can figure a way how to use that power, say, we're talking about passports or papers, in order for you to enter businesses, gyms, or whatever it may be, historically, they are not going to give up that power. They will find a new reason to use it. If it's not COVID, it'll be something else. This vaccine mandate or the passports are coercive, and it violates the principle of patient autonomy. Like somebody mentioned before, do you know of any other illness that you have to announce to everyone that asks? I don't. Also, this mandate and passport is a disaster for civil rights and for equity. Now, some public officials, I should say, are painting unvaccinated Americans as the root of many of our problems that we are having. For example, the economy. I just heard that the other day. Even though it was the government that shut down our small businesses, wasn't unvaccinated. I've asked several times during our board meetings over the last several months since I've been on here, if small businesses and churches, if they were the source of any outbreaks. And I was told on multiple times by Dr. Parks, sitting right there, that they were not. But yet the government still, not on the unvaccinated, the government shut these businesses and churches down. We are told that unvaccinated are solely responsible for the outbreak of the Delta variant, and they pose a danger to everybody else. And that's just irrational. I mean, the vaccinated can still spread the virus. If you look at what happened to Israel, I mean, Israel has one of the highest populations of vaccinated individuals in the world, and they had one of the highest COVID cases. So what does the government do? They try to, or they are doing it now, forbid the unvaccinated to participate in our society. We talk about mass firings of law-abiding citizens. And the sad thing is there are folks who are celebrating this. What if that was, people that are celebrating this? What if that was you or your family? It affects your livelihood. These are other Americans, our neighbors that we are talking about, and we shouldn't get joy from this. And there are many reasons why people don't want to get vaccinated. We mentioned it before, natural immunity. People have had COVID. There are, the natural immunity, it has been proven to be robust, long-lasting, equal to greater than the vaccines. And this, again, is according to science. Others have sincere religious objections, right? And taking the vaccine violates, their faith. Others have, had, like the lady that talked about earlier today, had adverse reaction to vaccines in the past, or they've seen friends and neighbors who have had adverse reactions to different vaccines, and they're scared. And we shouldn't just throw that aside. And there are others who are standing on the principle of freedom, that the government should never be allowed to force medical treatment on somebody that doesn't want it. Now, all these are decent people, decent Americans, hardworking Americans, law-abiding Americans, and they're being treated like criminals and outcasts. Just over a year ago, we celebrated our nurses, our doctors, our essential workers, and, during the pandemic, and like always, they are truly our heroes. Now, these same people who were once celebrated, and folks celebrated them, are demanding that they get fired for refusing to take the vaccine. And our government is creating a crisis that will harm all of us here. What happens if we lose more doctors or nurses here in this county? We're just talking this county. We are already short-staffed. Who's going to take care of you when you get sick? What about our police and our firefighters? Who will respond when you call 911? Or how long will it take to get there to your house? We know that we may lose a considerable amount of deputies here in San Joaquin County and correctional officers, and we've seen it happen in other states. There is a limit how far you can push some Americans. As a nation, we are blessed with a freedom that is denied to so many. Let us remember that this blessing is also an obligation to our faith, the heritage of liberty, and dignity handed down to us by our forefathers, and an obligation not to just our children, but to the children around the world, whose future will be shaped by the way we live our lives today. So with that, Chair, I want to say thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And, I'm 100% for the resolution.
Thank you. Mind you, we still have more public comments before we go, but I do want the board members to weigh in. Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I just want to thank everyone who came up and offered their opinion. I get it. I don't think anyone's arguing with you. We're in America. You choose what you want to do with your body, your life. So I support you, and I hope this passes, and I'll pass my time as the chair.
Thank you. Perhaps the wisest of all supervisors, Supervisor Vice Chair Wynn. Any comments at this time?
Flattery will get you nowhere. Supervisor Laputa touched upon it. We have heard for decades, my body, my choice. And right now it seems to be something that is ignored, obviously. If any of you followed our board meetings, we have had discussions along these lines for months into last year. The concern I have in regards to the overreach of government, it started, remember the essential businesses? Remember when, the small mom and pop businesses had to close, yet Target, Home Depot, Costco, and I'm not complaining or criticizing them, but they were opened. And if you look at what's been written recently in regards to literally the hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars that companies have made over this pandemic. And unfortunately, I have 3 cities in my district and other small businesses within our unincorporated area, and I've talked to them, and it's been devastating for them. A lot of them have gone out of business because they could no longer survive. And so it's sad to me that, that large corporations have just had a windfall of profit. And oftentimes they're selling the same products that a small business would have to offer and could survive. One business, which basically is a clock shop, they survived only because of repairs, because they were so backlogged. But as far as opening doors for sales, and the reality was they may have, 30, 50 customers a day. They could go around and clean the entire store after every customer gone through. Yet we had thousands go through these businesses. And this is before we had masks. This is before we had a lot of things. So again, it troubles me to know that it seems like, and I think there's been some admissions that we really didn't know what we were doing. It was such a new, and there was a lot of fear brought in regards to these things. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about now, especially now that we have literally millions of jobs that are unfilled. We know about the cargo ships outside the Port of LA. We know about the lack of truck drivers, dock workers, et cetera. And somewhere along the way, we've lost some incentive in regards to just honest day's work. And so that concerns me also. We talk about the mandate. You know, first of all, I think a lot of this is rooted in the president's comment in regards to having, you know, this OSHA come out with these regulations because, you know, obviously they're the protector of the worker and making sure that they're safe. That's the only thing that happened. There was a press conference, period. There's nothing. There's no regulation other than just saying it. And unfortunately, it was said, and a lot of people, including businesses, have adopted these stringent guidelines as far as mandatory vaccines, and there's nothing there. Now, a lot of businesses said that, well, they were glad that the president did that because it gave them some cover or whatever. And my concern is, cover from what? I mean, you have control over your employees, your business, et cetera. And as we're starting to see, a lot of employees are starting to, as has been talked about up here and certainly from you, is that people are standing up. Southwest is probably the most recent, and I think you're going to find, and the sad part of that is Southwest management comes out with, it's the air traffic controllers, and also on top of that, it's the weather, et cetera. Well, why did all the other airlines fly in those same conditions? The other thing, I don't know if any of you saw, but the air controllers, for example, they have about 11,000 employees. I think about 5,000 or 6,000 are unvaccinated. And in Jacksonville, which is the main corridor for air traffic in southeastern United States, they closed last weekend because they had no staff, because they weren't vaccinated. And my point is that more and more employees are saying, hey, we're not going to do it. And as you are, they're banding together and say, this is enough. And I think the tide is turning because we wanted to be protected and safe, but it's gotten to a point where it's become totally unrealistic, illogical, and it makes no sense. I firmly believe that one of the things that we, as a country, and I think humans in general, but I have a tremendous amount of faith in your all ability to make a decision what's best for you, period. And the other part of it is from my standpoint as an elected official, is that, you know, we bristle and reject the fact that other governments, our state, the federal government, are mandating to us certain things that we don't agree with. And we have had numerous conversations with our county council and other attorneys in regards to these areas. And we have done our very best, as Chair Patty has talked about, in regards to asking the state to provide the scientific evidence that backs up their decisions, which we haven't received anything yet. And I think the concern is that by going through this process, you know, that we are, lack of a better term, I'd use maybe victims too strong, but certainly subject to, I believe, the tyranny of government above us. But the other part, and I'll add, and we've had this discussion in regards to school districts because that's been a very hot topic, as you know. But, you know, as an elected official, I'm not into also mandating for other governmental agencies that are elected by you, the people, to do certain things. Because I believe, one, they were elected for a reason. If they don't follow the things that you think are important, then you need to hold them accountable also. And I know it was said, and Lodi's in my district, but I know the chair of the Lodi Unified District. I've talked to him, et cetera, on these things. And I know there's this I guess, desire, or at least this accusation that we're just kicking the can down the road or passing the buck. I will tell you this, and I can't speak for all elected officials or agencies, but I would say that most of us are working very hard to provide you with the protection and the quality of life that you all deserve. And I would finish with this, is that one of the things that we have, and it was brought up earlier in regards to, you know, any amount of money. I get it. I understand, and money is not the overall goal. But, and I won't go into all the details, but the fact of the matter is the county supplies a lot of services. We have our 36 departments in the county that provide a variety of services, like our sheriff's department, district attorney's office. It goes all through, and human services, et cetera. And all I'm saying is that only out of a $21 billion budget, we only have about $300 to $400 million that's discretionary, which goes to our sheriff's department and other county departments. The rest of it comes from the state and federal government. And I say that only from the standpoint that money we work very hard to administer appropriately, making sure that it goes to the individuals who need it most. And so our staff works very hard on that. This issue is very important in regards to the future of our country, certainly of our county. I know people who've moved out of state. I know individuals in law enforcement that have resigned as opposed to taking that. And I think, as Supervisor Rittman talks about, who's in law enforcement currently, is that, for example, there's 50,000 Marines that are unvaccinated. What's going to happen with our military in regards to protecting our country? I chair a committee involved doctors and CEOs of hospitals and the Business Council and the Superintendent of Education. It's a broad coalition. And we've talked about, the potential of healthcare workers, nurses, and X-ray techs, and all these other individuals who will be fired or suspended if they don't get vaccinated. So when we're having supposedly this crisis in regards to healthcare, because our beds, and that's gone way down, but our beds are filled, and certain surgeries are not being performed, the question arises is, if we're in bad shape now, how much worse shape we're going to be when we lose those healthcare professionals, because their hospitals are mandating certain things. Talk about teachers. What's going to happen with teachers? And again, I look at things and I get a lot of input. Trust me, we all do. But I know there's a push right now, probably in 2022, to go to school choice. And a lot of individuals, a lot of families, my grandchildren, for example, have been homeschooled. And my point is that unless those who actually are in charge and make these decisions are out amongst us, and the reason I say that is because before all this, back in the first part of this year, I was going to businesses. And this was when the masks were still required indoors, things like that. I didn't see any. And my point is that people, they're tired of being in COVID jail. They literally want to be free and to live their life normally and to make the right choices to protect themselves and their family. That's all they're asking for. And what better person than a parent or an adult to make those decisions for their future health? So again, I believe what you're saying. I've heard it. We've all gotten tons of emails in addition to what we're hearing today. And I would only add this, that which has been stated numerous times, if we stand together, and I think more and more employee groups are going to start standing together, and they're going to say, enough is enough. And when a school district loses maybe 34% of their teachers, how is the school going to survive? And let's face it, I taught college for 9 years. I know how the educational system works. It is driven by, at least in the public sector, the private sector, it's driven by the bottom line. And school districts depend upon that money coming in to staff, teachers, and staff, and all of those other things. So my point is I think you're going to see a sea change in regards to this country, because I think people have gotten to a point where they just aren't going to take it anymore. And I think we've tried to cooperate as best we can starting the beginning, but it's gotten to a point where everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, most are going to say, enough is enough. You want to fire me? Then you handle it. You fly those planes. You do those operations. You teach those classes. You do that. And frankly, I think that there's going to have to be a change in management in all these businesses, because without that, they aren't going to survive. And let's face it, we're all into making sure that our livelihood, certainly the things that we enjoy in our careers, are continuing. So again, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for certainly your time, because I know you're all busy for speaking out. So.
We're going to conclude this issue and try to move on, but there need to take care of some things first because we have people that have sent in comments. I do have one last request locally for Lindsay May to come up and speak. You have 1 minute, please.
Oh, sorry. Tall people problems.
You can raise the podium, Lindsay, if you want to raise the podium with that. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
I'm 17 years old. Many of you know my mother, Angela May. Bear with me, I'm very nervous.
You're amongst friends. You're okay.
Very, very nervous. First time speaking. I would like to thank... Oops. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm very nervous. I would like to thank everybody for being here. For not just yours and your kids, but everyone else's also. I'm just going to put my 2 cents in. Why is it that I'm sorry,
Talk to me. Talk to me. What's your question? What would you like to know?
I'm sorry, I had something I was going to say, and now it completely went out of my mind. That's how nervous I am. And I'm out of time.
Just share, if you have a thought, if you have a concern, if you have a question, just one-on-one, what would you like to say or ask?
When it comes to these mandates and making people wear masks, I had to personally witness. Me and my mother were trying to pick up my nanas, and not just my nanas, but all of our medication from the pharmacy. We were told we were not going to be able to go into the building without a mask or proof of vaccination. And we were like, okay, we'll drive the side pickup for it at the side of the pharmacy. And we were told we could not, we were not going to be able to do that because we are only giving it to people who are coming from, who have COVID or who are coming from the ER. And we cannot pick up our medication because of that. And me and my family have had COVID, and our doctors have told us not to wear it, not to wear masks or anything. That is our health choice, and we were being told, do this or you don't get your health care. My Nana is on oxygen, and she cannot wear any face covering. My mother has a nerve condition. She also has lung problems, so she, for one, cannot wear it because it will restrict her airways, and because of her nerve condition, it presses on her nerves and makes her have a nerve flare-up. And we're being told, either get vaccinated or wear a mask or you're not allowed in, pretty much. It is wrong to be denied the most simple right to health care.
Thank you, Lindsay. Before we pass and make a motion to pass this resolution, we are obliged. We have multitudes of people that sent in comments, much to the urging of perhaps many of you. So we had a high level of engagement. I would ask the Madam Clerk, do we have any dissenting voices against this resolution?
Yes.
Would you read them in their entirety so that they get their complete 250-word anticipated voice We've heard many in support of the resolution, and then let's address those that are in support of the resolution in a more abbreviated manner.
Chairman, when you suggest reading it in an abbreviated manner, as the clerk, I would be uncomfortable selecting which portion of those comments are important to that speaker. I realize it's long. There's about 70 public comments, but I would rather read the entire
If it's 70, we'll be here for about another hour and a half to 2 hours. What I would ask, and I'll take responsibility, any dissenting letter should be read in its entirety. If there's a name associated with, or if even a synonymous in support of the resolution, we can say the name and we can say stands in support. I don't believe they would file a lawsuit or challenge us that their voice wasn't heard if they're in support of something that may very well pass. County Council, can I accept responsibility for that?
I would recommend that an action from the board on that, because it does bring with it certain liability, and I wouldn't be concerned just about that particular individual who didn't have their comment read being upset, but it opens it up to anybody else who'd like to make a similar challenge.
Okay, so then what could we do to save the next 2 hours from?
I appreciate that, but the way that the Brown Act is written requires that the board entertain the people's comments in their entirety. It does provide, when you're in public, the ability to reduce it, but as the clerk has said, that's much more difficult when it's in a written form of reducing the comments. But that is the purpose of the Brown Act, so that the board hears the people's will and hears the people's comments before taking action on the matter.
So you're suggesting then that we have to listen to and read and respectfully receive everything that's been sent and submitted?
I am, yes.
We have the discretion, live and in person, and that's legal. People that have been offered the opportunity to write in and given a 250-word parameter, we cannot abbreviate it at this point because they've already been suggested to do the 250 words, and that's what's available to them. In the past, I've tried to abbreviate that to 100 words so that it's more succinct, and it's led to investigations and accusations and all sorts of slander about me. So I do try to be a little more respectful of our time, but if we've got 80 plus, I mean, we've sat here for a few hours when there was 180 something attacking myself and other supervisors. So it's something that we, even though it's in support of, we will have to listen to and absorb. And we welcome the comments. I'm just asking if we can abbreviate them legally in any capacity if it's in support of the resolution.
I appreciate that, Supervisor, but what you're asking is to differentiate and treat differently those comments that are in support versus those comments that are in opposition. And I realize that they're in support, as it appears most people in the room are in support of the pending resolution. But that also puts the clerk, as she said, in a position where she has to sort through and try and determine what, if the individual were here in person, what would they deem to be the most important part of that comment? And she's not really in a position to judge that.
Okay. I would just volunteer if they're in support of the resolution. That's the most important thing. They're speaking. Anybody that has an opposition, they would be entitled to their full length of opposition for whatever their reason is. But let's proceed as you see fit.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to begin by reading public comments, and I'll be sharing the time with my Chief Deputy Clerk, Nicole Lee. So I would ask the audience to allow us to get through all of these comments before cheering and or booing, and I appreciate that. The first comment is submitted by Lindsay S., who writes, Dear BOS, I write to you as a concerned parent from LUSD. What we have been going on with these vaccine mandates is absolute madness. We live in the United States of America, and we have the right to choose what we are putting into our children's bodies. We've already seen that our governor doesn't follow the vaccine mandates with our own children, so why are we being forced to? My child needs to be in school. She loves school. Yet if these mandates go into effect, I will be forced to pull her out and make her arrangements outside our district. Please don't make our family and thousands of others have to make this decision. This vaccine should be available for those who choose to get it. That's it. Please stand and speak up for our children. It's our jobs to protect them. Listen to the science. According to the CDC, as of October 6, 2021, there have only been 46 deaths in California from COVID as people aged 0 to 17. Now, while every one of these deaths is tragic, it does not warrant forcing all of our children to take part in this government experiment. Follow the science, follow the Constitution, protect ours and our kids' rights. Thank you for your time. The next comment by Bruce Fry writes, Dear San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, I am 100% opposed to so-called vaccine passports in our county, state, or throughout the United States. The next comment is submitted by Maria Blee, who writes, in the U.S., those of us who are vaccine risk aware are aware that many legislators are displaying a heavy-handed vaccine passports and mandates that trample on religious, parental, and human rights guaranteed by Article 3 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Under one's right to security of person, the global nudge for such mandates is an exercise of coercive power. The vaccine mandates have spillover effects on the social fabric. Question number 1, where are the ramifications of turning school and daycare center administrators into enforcement agents who must pass information about noncompliance to authorities? Question number 2, what does that mean for a child's right to an education and when mandates exclude unvaccinated children from school for the duration of their education? Vaccine mandates shut down the potential for respectful healthcare interactions. You as policymakers are contributing to the divide and conquer environment that pits us against one another. Vaccine programs are failing citizen businesses on a multi-level front, including giving little difference to individual choice, bodily integrity, and depriving parents of the discretion to act to their own children's best interest. Businesses enforcing measures where have no expertise or licensure to practice medicine by assuming that the pass is valid in gross negligence. Having testing supplies, asking me to play doctor as an unlicensed professional is in fact illegal. I am asking you all to vote no on divisiveness, keep accountability where it belongs with vaccine manufacturers and full FDA approvals. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, quick question. Do we have any other comments from individuals attending this meeting that we need to go through before we read all these comments?
There were no more written public comments submitted.
No, I mean...
Oh, I'm sorry, no more public comment forms have been
Okay,
submitted.
so... What's that? Okay, all right.
Again on this one.
What's that? I'm
I
sorry.
said Angela May is asking to speak again on this issue.
Okay, that's fine. The reason I asked the question is anybody here in the audience that is waiting to speak, we should go through them and then we can read the comments and the board can hear those.
Sure. Vice Chair, would you like to have Ms. May come up and speak again?
Sure.
Okay.
Is she the last one? Anybody else in the audience that, okay. If you could just fill out a form real quick, that would help to, I'm talking to the person behind you. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to take it back to third grade. I brought the childhood Webster's Dictionary that many of our schools no longer carry because they've already been modified. And there's been a lot of talk about what it means to segregate. And there are different forms of segregation. So let's just take it back to old school. To segregate, it means to separate or isolate from others. It is an action, it is a verb. To segregate, what does that mean? It doesn't just mean racial. It doesn't mean by age. It doesn't necessarily mean to discriminate by age, skin color, religion, anything else that you could separate. It means to segregate for any reason at all. In the interest of liberty, in the interest of the Constitution, I understand you guys are facing very difficult odds here. There are going to be opposition. But in the face of having to choose restricting our rights and following the Constitution, I'm going to say that where even this sense of impropriety and the possibility of violating anyone's rights, we need to err on the Constitution and say no more. Segregation will not be allowed here. The first shot was fired at Lexington and Concord. I say San Joaquin is shooting the first shot for America. And I say thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay.
I'm a doctor serving in the San Joaquin County, and I'm in support of the resolution. Before becoming a doctor and during our annual educational requirements, and before renewing our license every single year, we are reminded that any patient records is kept between a doctor and a patient as private medical health records. Unless a patient volunteers their information, it is your right to not disclose any health information to anyone. You can even deny that information to your doctor because it's your right. And as a doc, I don't discriminate my services because whether you're vaccinated or not. Medical discrimination is purely unethical. My father came to this country for hope, and I'm grateful that you are the county to support for hope for human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, all right. Madam Clerk, you can go ahead with the...
Thank you, Vice Chair. The next comment is submitted by Alicia Salas, who writes, members of the Board of Supervisors, as a lifelong San Joaquin resident, wife, mother, small business owner, and constituent, I vehemently oppose any consideration to put into practice the use of any identification that makes publicly known the medical status of any person. Having studied history, this practice that should cause all of the board to take pause. We are not a nation that prides itself on exclusive practices, but on inclusion of all people. Strike down this preposterous idea and let us move forward from COVID and back to our lives. The next comment is submitted by Tanisha Williams of Tracy, California, who writes, as a resident of San Joaquin County, I support the resolution being introduced by Chairman Tom Patty and oppose vaccine mandates and vaccine passports in my county. I support medical freedom for all. The next comment is submitted by Dan Evans, who writes, good morning, my name is Dan Evans, and I'm a 25-year resident of Tracy. I'm writing in about the discussion about adopting a resolution to prohibit mandatory vaccine passports. My wife and I are both vaccinated, and it's difficult for us to understand why many others have chosen not to get vaccinated. That said, it's astonishing to us that our government has taken this pandemic as an opportunity to attack our residents. This is an unprecedented overreach of power and an attack on our freedom. We are sickened every time we hear our government preach to us that our freedoms have no place in this conversation. We reject that position. The plain and obvious fact is that the vaccine has been available to everyone for months. Those that had concerns about COVID received their vaccine months ago. Those that did not wish to be vaccinated avoided it for religious or medical reasons, or because they had natural immunity. Let me make this very clear. Any government official that is in favor of any kind of vaccine passport is directly attacking our rights as citizens for political reasons. It's now time for our government to stop treating COVID as though it was the only thing that can harm us. This pandemic has killed 0.002% of the residents of San Joaquin County. It is very clear that our government is using this pandemic to take focus away from the horrifically failed policies of the state of California. Focus on real problems, no vaccine passports. The next comment was submitted by Austin Christensen, who writes, are we all going to remain in the pot? Are we okay with being the frogs in the boiling water? 5 years ago, could you have even imagined being in this position, deciding on a vaccine passport? Over the last several years, the idea of freedom being taken away have become more and more familiar, more and more acceptable. Vaccine passports are not constitutional. They go against everything our country was founded on. If we do not fight this, it's like we are handing over the keys to our lives. For some reason, this is not an obvious statement to everyone, maybe because you have decided to keep your eyes closed. Open your eyes and see vaccine passports are wrong in every way. As a mother of 4 living in Lodi, I stand with the decision to reject vaccine passports in San Joaquin County. The next comment was submitted by Tiffany Evans, who writes, hello. I'm a lifelong resident of the Central Valley, and I'm writing in against vaccine passports. This is an absolutely disgusting overreach of government power. Our government is using fear to require our citizens to show papers to cross borders. We can all see how absurd that is, and we merely need to take a brief look at history to understand how egregious this policy would be. The supervisors that stand against this have it right. Please continue to put our residents first, our body, our choice, no vaccine passports. The next comment is submitted by Chelsea Izzo, who writes, hello, I wish that I could have joined in person today. Thank you for taking the time to read this. I am a mother of a 13-year-old boy who attends school in Manteca. I want to let you know I oppose vaccine mandates. Please keep medical freedom alive. My child loves going to Brooke Elliott, but if a mandate goes into place, I will pull him. The research I have done on all the vaccines offered concerns me with the side effects that have happened to children and youth. Please consider standing against this. Again, thank you for your time. The next comment was submitted by Ashley Negron, who writes, I support informed consent, medical freedom, and choice. I support the resolution to reject the vaccine passport and unconstitutional mandates in San Joaquin County. I'd first like to thank my District 5 Representative Robert Rickman, Chairman Patty, and Vice Chair Chuck Wynn for their continuous support for freedom, from passing the district mask choice resolution to presenting this resolution to ban the vaccine passport. You've shown your loyalty to your constituents, and for that, we thank you. I'm a parent and child care provider. I have a large family child care in Tracy. We have been open the whole time without the COVID vaccines and mandates. Over the last 19 months, we have provided care for vaccinated and unvaccinated parents alike, and I will continue. I will not discriminate against any person. If a vaccine passport came into our county, it would cause an unconstitutional discrimination, only further causing a divide. Families have stopped gathering. Some have even stopped associating with those of a different vaccine status. And I speak on personal experience with this. Children weren't allowed to go to school, and now we are being forced to pull them out of school due to this experimental vaccine that is not FDA approved, that is being added to our children's long list of immunizations. People are being forced out of their jobs and homes due to this state of emergency. Enough is enough. The next comment was submitted I apologize. The next comment was submitted by a concerned citizen and concerned parent who writes, my name is Joseph Olson, and I'm a father of 2 children, one of which who goes to school at Lincoln Unified School District. What we are doing here, people, these are kids who are talking about being able to go to school for a virus they are not dying or getting seriously ill from. This is absolutely unacceptable and demand that the parents have the right to decide if their child should be vaccinated or not. I am not anti-vaccine and want the best for my kids' education and future. I'm going to trust their immune system, and you guys need to let us get back into our normal lives. Enough of this political fiasco. Let's use common sense and not deprive these children of another year and a half of school. Thank you. The next comment was submitted by Robert Wilson, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, I strongly urge the board today to adopt a resolution prohibiting the use of mandatory vaccine passports. It is flat out unconstitutional to require citizens to inject substances into themselves against their will. In addition, these experimental mRNA vaccines have not been studied long enough to know what all their possible side effects will be. This would also be a burden on our already stressed and out small business owners to, in effect, act like the police. Please pass this resolution today. Robert Wilson, Stockton, California. The next comment was submitted by Christina Cortez, who writes, Dear members of the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Villapudua, Ms. Miller, Chairman Patty, Vice Chair Wynn, and Mr. Rickman, my name is Christina Cortez, and I have been an employee of Stockton Unified School District for 28 years. I have been a teacher for over 17 years and a special education assistant for 11 years before becoming a teacher. One of my favorite subjects to teach is history because it is filled with stories of courageous people fighting for their God-given liberties, freedoms, and pursuit of happiness. This is not only our right, but our responsibility as citizens of the United States of America. Throughout history, we knew our freedoms are removed. They are never given back. I am not anti-vax. I am anti-mandates, especially those that oppose medical freedoms. Coming from a family of nurses, I understand the Nursing Code of Ethics states that nurses must respect a patient's right to bodily autonomy and the right to make their own personal medical decisions. These rights pertain to all citizens and are protected by our U.S. Constitution, the Nuremberg Code, as well as various federal laws. The next comment is submitted by Jacinia Morales, who writes, on behalf of many residents, we fully support the prohibition of vaccine passports. The people of San Joaquin County will not bow to unconstitutional mandates. We decline segregation and discrimination based on medical decisions. We are a supportive community, will not stand to watch our local family businesses fall over fear-based tyranny measures. We will fight for health freedom, not only in our business, but in our workplace and in our schools. The next comment is submitted by Lindsay Drost, who writes, our county needs to stand for freedom of choice and informed consent. Where there is a risk of injury or death from a medical product, our citizens deserve the right to have a choice to make the decision that is best for themselves and their medical history needs. This also extends to parents making a choice regarding their children getting their medical intervention. I will not support any businesses in San Joaquin County that requires a vaccine passport for entry. Those who do not wish to get this treatment for COVID should not be discriminated against. Thank you. The next comment is submitted by Elizabeth Schuling, who writes, I am writing as a San Joaquin County resident to firmly oppose any COVID vaccine mandate for school children. Children are not carriers nor at a personal risk. The vaccine is very new and does have major potential health risks. Do not support tyranny and oppression. Stand up against the state's oppressive stance on this. The next comment is submitted by C. Moya, who writes, reject the vaccine passport item as it's unconstitutional and unethical. Medicine should not be politicized and will lead to discrimination, death, and lawsuits. Be on the right side of history. The next comment is submitted by Jamie Medina, who writes, I used to tell my troops in combat that you can always take a time out in a firefight to reorganize your thoughts, take a breath, refit, readjust, and reattack. COVID is real and it is out there, but it is not so earth-shattering that our basic rights should be trampled. Nothing is that bad. Give me death before you take my liberty. I believe we need to get back to basics, our fundamentals. Take direction from our first founding document that gave birth to the greatest nation in the history of the world. The Declaration of Independence, a declaration to a corrupt king by oppressed subjects. On July 4, 1776, the founders had enough. They got together with a plan, created a course of action, and executed it with the Declaration of Independence. They fought back, creating our American core values of liberty, individualism, hard work, equality, efficiency, compassion, duty, honor, success, and privacy. Americans are known to fight for those who can't fight for themselves. Now it's time to fight for ourselves. Here we stand today, 245 years later, as subjects to a new king, a governmental king of our own creation. What do? We start with this proclamation. We sign our names to it as a free men and women, securing the next 247 years. Thank you, Chairman Patty and the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for signing the Declaration of San Joaquin County's independence. Caitlin Gavin writes in support of resolution. Anonymous writes, well, it's clear that the board members present will pass some version of this resolution regardless of how much water it will hold when higher authorities weigh in. The language within it is abhorrent and a gross misrepresentation of experiences of marginalized and oppressed communities. I implore you to revisit and revise the language prior to adopting. I do not agree with nor believe that there is a need for this resolution, but if you must pass for further applause, it should be without paragraph 7 at the absolute least. Vaccines should be a choice, but all choices come with consequences, good or bad, intended or not. As has already been mentioned by the trained experts, vaccines are safe and effective. The next comment is anonymous and writes, please, please, please think this thing through. This is America. The last thing we need is to be told now to take care of ourselves. The CDC Now website is tracking the adverse side effects, and it does not look like it is safe or effective. And there is no science behind mask mandates, and we know that they don't work per Dr. Fauci. Masks are bad for children in every way. Now I will turn it over to Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole Lee to read additional written comments.
Andrew Ashley writes, hello, my name is Andrew Ashley, leader of the San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition. Please do not prohibit vaccine passports. If some fools want to risk their lives and stay unvaccinated, that's their choice. But the rest of us should not be forced to accommodate their suicidal foolishness, and public health and safety should not be sacrificed to feed their ignorant egos. Reject their whiny pleas that we all risk our lives so that they can be public nuisances. Reject Patty's pathetic attempts to court their votes. Reject foolishness. Reject anti-science, anti-vaxxer nonsense. The San Joaquin County Liberty Coalition is a hoax, a fake group meant to collect the biggest fools in the county together. Ignore the demands of this pathetic band of hateful dweebs. Please, supervisors, do what's right to protect the health and welfare of the people of San Joaquin County. Allow mandatory vaccine passports. Thank you. Brian Jones writes, personal freedom doesn't give someone the right to spread a disease to other people. No one has the personal freedom to drive 100 miles per hour on the freeway or conduct target practice with a rifle in a county park. That's because it endangers others. Individual choice is important, but when it affects the lives and health and safety of a community, individual choice should not win out. Local control is an important value. It is just not absolute. There is a time when an issue is so compelling to the lives of people that local control must be secondary to protecting the public health and safety. In our democracy, elected officials do not simply represent the people who voted for them or the people who are eligible to vote. They are expected to and do represent the interests of all the people who live in their respective districts. An anonymous writer says, no vaccine passports. Ever, under no circumstances. You work for the citizens of San Joaquin County. We don't work for you. It's illegal. It violates the California Constitution, due U.S. Constitution, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and a slew of other laws that protect citizen privacy. Do the right thing. An anonymous writer says, vaccine passports are a bad idea. We have a constitution in America. Well, I thought we did. This has to be followed. What is this? Show your papers and get on the train kind of America. Rosie Leva writes, I ask that you please fight for us all to have freedom of choice to do with our own bodies, as well as our children's what we wish. This is the land of the free. God, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence give us our freedom. We cannot allow President Biden and Governor Newsom to have any control over our bodies. No to vaccine mandates. It is my sincerely held religious belief that all vaccines are made in violation of God's word because A, vaccines are made with toxic chemicals that are injected into the bloodstream by vaccination, and B, vaccines are made with foreign proteins, viruses, and bacteria, and C, some vaccines are made with genetically engineered viral and bacterial materials. It is my sincerely held religious belief that several conflicts arise in Revelation to devout Christianity, which are applicable to me, including but not limited to the following. 1. A conflict arises if you believe that a man is made in God's image and the injection of toxic chemicals and foreign proteins into the bloodstream is a violation of God's directive to keep the body/temple holy and free from impurities. References 1 Corinthians 6:19 through 20, 1 Corinthians 3:16 through 17, the Holy Bible. 2, a conflict arises if you accept God's warning not to mix the blood of man with the blood of animals. Many vaccines are produced in animal tissues. References Acts 15:20 and Leviticus 17 and 14, the Holy Bible. A conflict arises if your religious convictions are predicated on the belief that, and that concludes their 250 words, so it does stop there. Brittany Waite writes, as a resident of San Joaquin County, I and my family strongly oppose the introduction of vaccine passports now and in the future. Freedom is not dead and should never be, regardless of race, gender, religious beliefs, or medical status. We, the people, are your neighbors, friends, and family. Please stand for us and with us. Debbie Costa writes, would reject vaccine mandates and passport programs as a government overreach. We should have the freedom of choice for our own medical decisions. Mandates, while the negative effect on the community and businesses, and most of all the stress caused by the personal beliefs of what is mandated and what is right for ourselves. Steve McGill writes, Board of Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts. A resolution prohibiting the use of vaccines sounds eerily familiar to the pleas of tens of millions hoping to escape the horrid clutches of a tyrannical government. This is neither hyperbolic use of language, it is indeed a warning. Our knowledge of the tens of millions of innocent lives lost during the clutches of the Great Purge of Stalinism, Hitler's Nazi regime, Mao's Great Leap Forward, and so many more should, once again, put shivers down our spines as we face a similar threat to our constitutional and God-given rights. Vaccine passports are antithetical to freedom. I urge you to avoid at all costs any path that leads to the destruction of freedom. Thank you. John Lee writes, medical freedom should never be up for discussion or debate or voted upon. You've got to be out of your mind. No, I do not support the passport, and I won't ever respect or support you if you vote for it. Born Free 1776 writes, thank you, Supervisors Patty, Wynn, and Rickman for your leadership in supporting what is right, our God-given freedom. It's not hard to do the right thing, but unfortunately for some, it is. Supervisors Miller and Villaputua, what are you waiting for? Do you not believe in the Constitution? Try rereading it, not rewrite it. Dr. Maggie, we're expecting and demanding more honesty and transparency from you. Why won't you get the real facts out there? P.S. We know that you know this could all end today. An anonymous writer says, to whom may concern, as a self-employed business owner, COVID restrictions in California put a toll financial, physical, and mentally on myself. California was the only state that shut down 3 times for my industry, while every other state beauty industry were allowed to work. Californians were able to go to Costco, Target, and Walmart with no social distance or sanitation. We are trained and certified in cleaning and sanitation as part of our state testing. This new COVID vaccine passports will take yet another toll on ourselves and businesses. And as a mother of 3, I will not put an emergency trial vaccine in my kids' bodies with a survival rate of 99.95%. As a COVID survivor myself, I believe in the natural immunity. If we allow it for business, it is not going to stop. They will use this for children as well as in school, as the governor has made his statement to the media for July. I believe it also shows the children at schools that their teachers are being punished for wanting bodily autonomy, that the schools are frequently used as a vaccine sites. With the new bill submitted by Senator Pan for no peaceful protests outside clinics, how will that then affect our kids who do not have it on the CDC schedule currently? This is not honoring informed consent. It's my body, my choice, my rights. Please vote no on COVID passports and mandates. Chris writes, Supervisors Patty, Rickman, and Wynn, your attention and support to medical freedom has not gone unnoticed and is greatly appreciated. Supervisors Miller and Villaputua, your silence speaks volumes. Dr. Park, you owe San Joaquin County way more than what you've given us. Let's start with the truth. 100% no to vaccine passports. Darren Fagundes and Jill Fagundes writes, good evening. I am aware of the meeting being held tomorrow morning in regard to the possibility of vaccine passports. I do not support vaccine passports. Individual health, vaccine status is absolutely nobody's business with a COVID-19 survival rate of over 98%. Furthermore, these passports make absolutely no sense considering those fully vaccinated can still catch and spread COVID-19. If this is true, what would the point be of vaccine passports followed this type of science? In other words, there is absolutely no difference whatsoever between those fully vaccinated and those who are not vaccinated at all. No difference. Either party can still catch and transmit COVID-19. Lastly, science would absolutely agree that natural immunity is better than vaccine-induced immunity. Again, I do not support vaccine passports. Trish Benson writes, much thanks and appreciation to Supervisors Patty, Rickman, and Wynn for your support. I'm still waiting to hear from Supervisors Villaputua and Miller. Where do you stand? The people of San Joaquin County are watching you. Dr. Park, we're still waiting for you to start being upfront and honest. Present the evidence, all of it. When policy becomes coercion, that's when you know we have arrived at tyranny. I am 100% in full support of the resolution. No to vaccine passports. This is America. Melanie Clardy writes, I would strongly suggest as a resident of San Joaquin County, you ban vaccine passports. I think it will only further divide us and strip away another part of our freedom and choice. If you can trust the public to vaccinate or get tested when needed to instead of enforcing passports, I think you will continue to see the trust people have in each other as a community to do what is right for their own body and also for their community. Forcing anything on the public never ends well. Businesses will be lost, people will move out of state, and I believe communities will suffer. Please consider carefully the decisions you make for our community and the possibility of either repercussions or building our community back up after a devastating year and a half. Let the community also trust you to always stand up on their behalf. Thank you for your time. I hope you will consider banning the passports. I have a family of 6, and we will not stand for any of it. We will fight tooth and nail along with others in our community. An anonymous writer says, we say no to vaccine passports. Nicole Olson writes, to whom it may concern, I am writing to show my support for the opposing of vaccine passports in San Joaquin County and in support of Chairman Tom Petty's resolution. I've lived in this county and in Stockton since I was 2. This has been my home for 33 years. I love my city, but I am not alone when I say I have recently considering leaving this state because of its current condition. We want to stay. Please give us a reason to continue loving our home. Stop the division and segregation. Please protect the people by protecting our freedom. Thank you. Natalie writes, my name is Natalie. I am a resident in San Joaquin County. I do not support vaccine passport mandates as they violate the rights of the people of this nation. I believe in the freedom of choice and think that we make a difference in the world by leading the way with the right for businesses to choose what they feel is best for their customers. This would be detrimental to small businesses in the cities of this county. We want our businesses and cities to thrive, not crumble. Vaccine passports will lead to less money, and ultimately people will leave to go where there is more freedom and vaccines are optional. No on vaccine passports. Carol Vaughn writes, thank you, Chairman Tom Petty, for presenting your resolution to reject vaccine passports in our community. My name is Carol Vaughn. I am an RN that has spent countless hours researching the coronavirus and the present vaccines. Medical freedom and informed consent are basic human rights. And I'll turn it back over to Rochelle DeBoard, Clerk of the Board.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn goes on to write, mandating vaccines is a government overreach. Mandating any drug that has a potential for injury or death is wrong. The Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System as of October 1st, 2021 has 16,310 COVID vaccine reported deaths, 75,605 reported hospitalizations, and 2,415 reported miscarriages. The Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine is still under EUA Emergency Use Authorization, page 2 of August 23rd memo from the FDA. There is no FDA-approved vaccine for COVID-19 on the market in the U.S. The FDA-approved Comirnaty is not yet available. Under federal law, you cannot force anyone to take an EUA. What does it mean to be fully vaccinated? Will boosters be required to maintain vaccine passports? Will the unvaccinated be allowed to buy food? Why are children being required to get vaccines when they have such a minuscule chance of contracting COVID? What impact will this have on small businesses? Will pregnant women be mandated to take these vaccines that have no safety studies? The vaccines now available haven't proven to be safe or effective and have no long-term safety studies. The current vaccines don't even claim to stop the spread of COVID. Vaccinate or lose your freedom is a human rights violation. Julie Kent writes, Board, on behalf of my family and the greater San Joaquin County community at large, I would like to strongly urge you to ban vaccine passport requirements in our county. Vaccine passports would only serve to further divide the people of the county. We need unity. Businesses need to recover from the devastating shutdowns last year without the added stresses of vaccine mandates. Ban vaccine passports. Anonymous writes, I ask that you please vote and fight for us all to have freedom of choice to do with our bodies as well as our children's what we wish. This is the land of the free. God in the Declaration of Independence give us our freedom. We cannot allow President Biden and Governor Newsom to have control over our own bodies. They say these vaccines protect, so why force it on those who don't want it? The vaccinated are protected. No to vaccine mandates. It is my sincerely held religious beliefs that all vaccines are made in violation of God's word because A, vaccines are made with toxic chemicals that are injected into the bloodstream by vaccination, and B, vaccines are made with foreign proteins, viruses, and bacteria, and C, some vaccines are made with genetically engineered viral and bacterial materials. It is my sincerely held religious belief that several conflicts arise in relation to devout Christianity, which are applicable to me, including but not limited to the following. One, a conflict arises if you believe the man is made in God's image and the injection of toxic chemicals and foreign proteins into the bloodstream is a violation of God's directive to keep the body temple holy and free from impurities. And they make the same references that were included in a previous comment to 1 Corinthians 6, 19, 20, 1 Corinthians 3, 16, 17, the Holy Bible. And 2, a conflict arises if you accept God's warning not to mix the blood of man with the blood of animals. Many vaccines are produced in animal tissues. Thank you. The next comment is submitted by Vanessa Bowman, who writes, members of the Board of Supervisors, as a lifelong San Joaquin resident, wife, mother, small business owner, and constituent, I vehemently oppose any consideration to put into practice the use of any identification that makes publicly known the medical status of any person. Having studied history, this is a practice that would cause all of this board to take a pause, as we are not a nation that prides itself on exclusive practices, but on inclusion of all people. Strike down this preposterous idea and let us move forward from COVID and back to our lives. Thank you. Anonymous writes, this is the most unconstitutional thing you will do. You will destroy the country. Do not allow this to happen. Wallace writes, there is no necessity for a vaccine mandate. Our society is built on the belief in self-ownership. My body, my choice. I have a mind. I know my own situation. I can determine my individual essential needs. For example, I have already recovered from COVID and have immunities that the vaccine does not give, or I have looked into the CDC website, VAERS, and see that there have been deaths, paralysis, and serious illness as a result of the vaccine. Or I am pro-life and I will not use any therapy that uses aborted fetal material in its research. All valid considerations. There is no scenario in which a government can dictate. To threaten a person's job, to force them to get the vax, is a gross interference with their right to provide for themselves and their families. Since the beginning, there has been endless confusion and contradictory control measures. Because mandates target skeptical populations, they engender more opposition than compliance, creating more distrust for the government. Why isn't the percent of the population that has recovered from COVID added to the percent of the population vaccinated to get our real assessment of the percent protected? The question I ask this board, are any of you qualified to assure all of the people that you would be mandating that they are going to be safe? Patrick G. writes, I urge you to vote against vaccine passports. This infringement on our right to choose violates our medical freedoms. At this point, based on statistics, there is no need. It will hurt businesses, add to unemployment, as those who don't want this experimental vaccine won't get it. We won't be coerced into injecting something into our bodies. Most would proteins up, leaving the San Joaquin County and even the state, as they already ate at record numbers. That's the real problem. This had been my home my whole life, and I really don't want to change. Please do the right thing. Lifelong San Joaquin citizen. Diane Stone writes, please support Tom Patty's resolution regarding vaccine passport. Vaccine passports are discriminatory. Vaccinated persons are experiencing breakthrough infections, and when this happens, these vaccinated persons are able to spread the COVID-19 virus. A vaccine passport does not stop this. Do not allow our freedoms to be eroded. Brittany Pasquale, a Tracy resident, writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, thank you for taking a proactive approach against tyranny. As you see all of the different professions being attacked, I am thankful that our county has leaders that are working for their people. I also thank this board, not Ms. Miller, in regards to mask wearing and the ability to have a choice. Medical choices are extremely important for each individual. Please stop these mandates and stop this abuse of overreach. Thank you. Danielle Hagan writes, to whom it may concern, I am a parent, a teacher, a longtime resident of San Joaquin County. I oppose the vaccine mandate by Governor Gavin Newsom, and I oppose the vaccine passport for the citizens of San Joaquin County. I implore you that during this time, we need to focus on being leaders, not followers. San Joaquin County could be the county to pave the way for vaccine passport opposition. Let us not follow in the footsteps of San Francisco and Los Angeles. Let us stand firm for freedom, protection of our civil liberties, and for supporting our struggling local economy. I am proud of the actions of Tom Patty on taking the initiative to ban the vaccine passport for San Joaquin County. Thank you for your time. Anonymous writes, County Board of Supervisors, with gratitude and frustration combined, we see the efforts being made to take a stand in defense of oath to the Constitution of the and to the people. We see it very clearly from Supervisors Tom Patty, Chuck Wynn, and Rick Rickman. We, however, see complacency and silence from Supervisor Miguel Villapudois, which appears to be more reluctance and apprehension than anything else. We also see what appears to be a disdain for the people, questioning our government and authority. For 18 months, we have witnessed behaviors that exude the rules for thee, not for me mentality, and a hard push of propaganda and fear over an open discussion, which is what real science requires. The people have every right to demand better of not just Supervisor Kathy Miller, but of all of our governing representation, of whom have settled with the term compliance over Constitution. Freedom may mean very little to some, which is apparent to those who flaunt it as an insult. While the mayor of Sydney, Australia openly flaunts that they have tyrannized their citizenry and to utter the words on Twitter, welcome to Nazi Germany, as Americans, we were always taught this kind of agenda was not only required of us to question, but to stand up against the danger of tyranny in order to maintain a last freedom and hope for the world. America is where everyone has the American dream, immigrants and citizens alike. Today, that wanes in the face of tyranny. The next comment was submitted by Luke, who writes, good evening, and to whom it may concern. We stand together in unity to stop and fight any and all vaccine mandates or passports. We who live in the city of Stockton demand medical freedom and medical choice. By mandating this false political narrative, you risk shutting down the city and losing very important employees all over the county. Thank you for your time. Angela Ramirez writes, I am a citizen of Stockton, California. I am strongly against the vaccine passports as they discriminate and violate our constitutional rights. I know it would cripple our local businesses and will not result in the loss of businesses anywhere. I hope you hear my voice and this will not be in place. Thank you. Amanda Rodriguez, a concerned mother, registered voter, and tax-paying San Joaquin County resident, writes, oppose vaccine passports and support the resolution being introduced by Chairman Patty. Too many small businesses have already lost money, employees, and in some cases they will never reopen. With vaccine passports, they will lose even more customers, the same customers who fought to help them keep their doors open through the pandemic. People should be able to make their own choice for themselves and their children. Coercion is not consent. Vaccine manufacturers face no liability for vaccine injury. People have lost their lives from COVID, but people have also lost their lives from the vaccine. People who are vaccinated can still transmit COVID and still catch COVID. There always needs to be a choice. Oppose vaccine passports. San Joaquin County residents need to be free to make their own choices for their families. We should not have to fear losing our job, not being allowed access to public schools, or access to businesses based on our personal medical status. We will remember who stood with us to maintain our freedoms and who stood in our way next time we vote. Thank you. Marcia Fitzgerald writes, my name is Marcia Fitzgerald, and I lived in in Lodi for 37 years. I am urging you adopt the proposed resolution prohibiting the use of mandatory vaccine passports. These mandates only serve to divide and segregate. They have the feeling of Nazi Germany, where the Jews were labeled, ostracized, and discriminated against. During the Holocaust, so many failed to speak out as their neighbors, classmates, and co-workers were isolated and persecuted. We would not stand by and allow such overreach by government. This country was founded upon certain freedoms, medical decisions being one. Freedom of choice is our right. I choose to get the vaccine, and I support those who have chosen not to get it. Some have natural immunities, others have their reasons, which I respect. In addition, these mandates are going to kill our small businesses just when most are getting back on their feet. The workforce is already being impacted. Many have walked off their jobs as they take a stand against mandatory vaccination. Jobs which support our community and provide for our safety and well-being. Please do the right thing and join the fight against discrimination based on medical decisions. Jacilia Kennedy writes, good evening. My name is Jacilia Kennedy. I'm a freedom keeper, stay-at-home mom, Christian, and proud American. I oppose the vaccine mandates and passports. These mandates and passports are an act of the government overreaching into our God-given freedoms as Americans. It is not the government's job to tell us what we can and cannot put into our bodies or our children's. This country was founded on Christ and freedom is just one generation away from extinction. These mandates and passports are also a breach of our HIPAA rights. Our medical choices are legally supposed to be protected and be left up to us to decide. If these mandates and passports continue, it only will lead this beautiful state of California and the nation to one thing, communism. It won't stop at mandates and passports. More and more freedoms will be chipped away at. If the state of California continues to allow these mandates and passports, they are killing the state's prosperity, killing our freedoms as Americans, and are guilty of supporting a globalist and communist agenda by a corrupt government that no longer had we the people's best interest at heart. We the people run this nation. We the people decide our medical choices. We the people raise our own kids. We do not co-parent with the government. I strongly oppose current and future vaccine mandates and passports. We must restore our freedom and restore the golden state that was once beautiful and filled with freedom, choice, and opportunity. Thank you. Stacy Fernandez writes, to whom it may concern. Please adopt the resolution prohibiting the use of mandatory vaccine passports by any San Joaquin County office, board, agent, or private business. As a resident of this county, I implore you to do the right thing and not segregate our population. The next comment, and I believe the last one, Chairman, is from Molly Watkins, who writes, good morning. I am in full support of this resolution to forbid vaccine passports in San Joaquin County. The United States Constitution gives us the freedom and liberty to make individual decisions, and this resolution helps to confirm this God-given right. Individuals need to make decisions for themselves, not the government. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, did you say that was our last?
I'm checking just to make sure that is correct. No further public comments have been received.
Okay.
Can we read them again, Chair?
Sorry?
Can we go over them again?
You want me to start from the bottom?
Yes, please.
Go back up.
I love the resilience of those that are here to support and to listen. Let's get Supervisor Villapudua back, and then I believe, barring any closing comments on this issue, we will make a motion to vote and then move on to our consent items.
Chair, just a couple of quick questions on the resolution.
Yes. Supervisor, Vice Chair, please.
Just a question in regards to the wording. In the third paragraph, it says, whereas COVID-19 vaccine passports should reduce, would that word preferably be would reduce individual freedom as opposed to should? Just a question.
Yes, and Chairman Patty, if I may, that was corrected.
Okay, well, it's the one I'm looking at. And then the second question in regards, just for clarification, as I read the now therefore be resolved, San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby prohibit the use of vaccine passports by any county office, board, or agent. And that, Mr. Miles, that is just the county's authority over those particular agencies or entities?
Correct. That's the county's authority over the county as a body.
Okay, so it would be boards, commissions, et cetera, all the subsets, so to speak?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last question, which is when it says, be it further resolved, that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors strongly discourages of vaccine passports by any other agency or business within the county. I take that, for example, other agency may be a city. Is that correct, Mr. Miles?
It could be a city. It could be any of the special districts. Yes.
So any other entity?
Any other entity.
And then the other part, or business, I assume that's the private sector, which means all businesses
yes.
within the county? So the language doesn't prohibit it, just says we strongly discourage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if a business decides to do that, they have that authority still, correct? Okay, all right, just because a lot of people think that this resolution prohibits businesses from invoking that, and apparently this clarification, it doesn't. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure, thank you, Vice Chair. And that's, County Council, just for clarity, that's about the safest and proper position we could take. We don't want to overstep our boundaries. We would not have the authority to prohibit
If you were going to go to the level of prohibiting businesses, then you would have to adopt a statute.
We'd have to what?
You would have to adopt an ordinance. If you were going to go to the level of prohibiting businesses from engaging in this activity, you would have to adopt an ordinance.
Okay. What would be the mechanism for that if we so chose?
Draft an ordinance, introduce at one meeting, and then at the next meeting adopt the ordinance.
Okay. And if we adopted an ordinance, would that have any level of authority as related to school boards or school campuses? And, you know, and or would that be in conflict with the governor's orders and they would supersede us?
I would have to do some research on that, on the breadth of that ordinance.
Okay. I think I would appreciate that, and I think other board members like to know if this escalates and if it's something we need to further examine or take action on, depending on other factors. Any other comments from board members? I know we've all spoken and given some pretty good words.
Chair, just real quick, to our county council, you know, we've heard folks talk about homeschooling, and there has been an increase in homeschooling, or there will be if you're listening to folks. Is there, you know, we provide grants to a wide variety of agencies and nonprofits and so on. My question is that something that we could assist with, I mean, like through a grant process, or, you know, kind of like what we did for small businesses, but targeted at homeschools?
A grant process for homeschooling?
Or funding, I should say, or grant process or something like that to help parents that are possibly transitioning from school into homeschooling.
That may depend upon what the source of the funds are. A significant amount of the money that we received both from the state and the federal government had strings that were attached to it, that it could only be used for certain things like reimbursements. So it would depend on the exact funding source whether something like that would be possible.
Okay.
That would be the first threshold to look at.
All right. I mean, I guess I'll do some research on that, and I think I'll talk to our superintendent to see exactly what the school has. And I think it's, you know, hey, we provide money to everybody else that are in need. If there are parents that are in need because they are transitioning, it's something I think personally we should look at. And my last comment, and I forgot to mention earlier, and I thought it was germane to what we were talking about today. There was a lady, I don't know her name, and I thought, and who was speaking at a Board of Supervisors meeting, and I don't know what Board of Supervisors meeting it was, but, you know, it's a good argument, and and she stated, you know, why do the protected need to be protected from the unprotected by forcing the unprotected to use a protection that didn't protect the protected in the first place? There you go. So with that, Chair, I will yield my time, and I'll make a motion, or if you want to make a motion, since it's your resolution, and I'll second it if you wish.
Yeah, and let me just conclude, and I know I kind of jumped into this right away. We had a big audience, but I'm going to just read for the record the reason for recommendation. It's the state of California has reportedly been in discussions to mandate and restrict access to government buildings, businesses, hotels, bars, and restaurants without proof of a COVID-19 vaccination. This mandatory use of vaccination passports have recently been adopted in and are being required for building entry in the counties of San Francisco and Los Angeles. Our businesses have suffered throughout the pandemic. This unnecessary restriction will further erode many businesses' ability to survive by eliminating a large percentage of the unvaccinated population from entering, working, using specific businesses or government services. Numerous studies have shown that children and adults that have previously had COVID-19 are much less susceptible to a reoccurring infection or transmission due to the antibody buildup of the natural immune system of the human body, and are less likely to transmit and to develop symptomatic COVID-19 indicators. So there is no fiscal impact on this. I do think, County Council, we should look at if we need to go to an ordinance and what authority that would give us for our county, so we can operate in autonomy. We saw robust levels of support from the public. We've had numerous letters written in, very little bit of objection. But nonetheless, everybody's concerns are relevant and important for our county and the concerns that we have for the businesses and the many voices that have spoken out. I stand in support of the vaccination if that's what the person so chooses. I'm sure we all do, if that's what a person chooses to do, but we should not be penalizing our businesses, those in our community, our children, nor ourselves for a freedom of choice. And that has, again, been expressed by numerous speakers today and even some that are still present. So I am resolute, as we are, very responsive and have expressed strength in the meaning of what we stand for as we serve the public. So I stand with the board members that are here in support for the public's voice and in support for our local businesses and standing up against vaccination passports and any type of requirement like that. So I will make a motion. Thank you, Supervisor Rickman, for allowing me as chairman to make the motion that we approve this resolution.
I'll second.
I would request that we vote. This resolution is adopted 4-0. Thank you all. And those that aren't here any longer, and I was outside able to say thank you to those that were here and voiced, and many people that didn't voice but stood in solidarity. Your voices matter. We work for you. And we represent your concerns, and we also have to take on the responsibilities and the burden that it may be while we try to navigate through some of these difficult challenges that we face. But every one of us, from our vice chair, who is very senior and has experience, and that's no knock on age in any capacity, but it talks about his commitment as not only serving as an elected, but serving in the state through law enforcement as a highway patrolman with a distinct career, and all the way down to Supervisor Villaputua, myself, and Supervisor Rickman, who's a rookie. But we all serve our community in a multitude of ways. And it's an honor for us, for me as a chairman, it's an honor for us to hear from you and for us to pass something with such robust and resound support. So thank you all for the engagement. At this time, we have our general consent, and I will announce that a correction consent item number 14 references Title IV program services and is correct to reference Title VII program services. I will ask any board members, is there any consent items that to be pulled? Supervisor Rickman, starting with you. Seeing none. Supervisor Villaputua, no. Vice Chair Nguyen.
Yes, I believe it's, let me look real quick, 6 and 7.
6 and 7?
Yes, 6 and 7.
Okay, pulling 6 and 7, and I'm going to pull number 29. Thank you. All right, starting off then, we've got an HR approval of a proclamation designating October 2021 as National Retirement Security Month in San Joaquin County. Ms. Hopkins.
Good afternoon, Chair Patty and members of the board.
Vice Chair Nguyen.
Yeah, just to recognize the acknowledgement of them, and interestingly enough, in regards to the defined contribution plan, I see where that's a highlight in regards to the proclamation.
Supervisor, when will you point me to where you're looking at?
Okay, and the proclamation itself?
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, it says, whereas part of the nationwide effort to inspire employees to save for retirement through county's deferred compensation programs. So it says, in going on to the next paragraph, it began the enrollment, and then it goes to voluntary contributions. Mm-hmm. And the question rises is one, how are we doing as far as employees taking advantage of the county's deferred compensation plan. And I guess my point is in this recognition is to encourage employees to participate based upon, obviously for some of them, decades out their retirement, and to improve their quality of life, so to speak. So just a quick, because it says only 51% are contributing. Are we doing anything other than this in regards to encouraging our employees to participate in these programs, which can be greatly beneficial after retirement when their tax rates are lower?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Wynn. As you mentioned, currently 51% of our workforce is contributing to our deferred compensation 457 plans. With this campaign, we are offering a variety of classes to help our workforce understand the importance of beginning that contribution process and continuing to participate. There's 20 classes offered this month from a variety of our vendors, anything from saving early in your career, transitioning to retirement, the basics of investing. So this is our month-long that we do every year to really focus on this. And then we also offer classes periodically throughout the year in conjunction with classes that SJ Sarah, our retirement firm, provides. Currently, we are also going through an RFP process for potentially either to remain with the current vendor or a new vendor, and all of those vendors are presenting to us plans to help increase participation in the future with our workforce, where they'll take that function very seriously and really try to do outreach that's tailored individually to individuals, whether they're entering their career, middle career, or preparing for retirement through retirement.
Okay. And how have we done in the past in regards to this recognition here?
Last year was my first year here, so we're doing it very similarly, other than both these 2 years, it's all virtual versus in person. Historically, I believe we've had more in-person touch points because we've been able to pre-COVID. I do know our current plan, Empower, spends quite a few hours every month meeting individually with employees virtually, one-on-one, to provide counseling to them, answer their questions, and then they also give group classes.
Okay. So did we experience an increase last year when we did this program?
51% was about where we were last year, to my recollection.
Okay. All right. Just a question, again, just to highlight what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you for highlighting that.
Okay, Vice Chair Wynn, we also have item number 7, approve a tentative agreement with Deputy Sheriff's Association providing base wage increases and modify memorandum of understanding extending the contract expiration date from October 2022 to October 2023. Vice Chair Wynn.
Yeah, just a question in regards to the necessity for this, and Hopkins, in regards to the necessity for this, could you kind of give us a quick overview again?
I can. Thank you, Supervisor Wynn, through the chair, and outlined in our board letter. There's been recent conversations about the city of Lathrop retaining their own police department, and that's what spurred the initial conversations about what we could do to retain and recruit our current deputy sheriffs, our patrol deputies. So this came from that conversation between Human Resources and the board.
And so the question arises is, this is an attempt to retain as many deputies as opposed to having them transfer over to the city of Lathrop, is that correct?
In part, it's also to try to keep the vacancy rate low for the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff's been before the board several times talking about his vacancy rate and the ability to recruit and retain individuals to the Sheriff's Department in this particular classification. There are currently 24 positions assigned to Lathrop. You'll see that this contract extension is structured in a way that there is a 6% in January of 2022. I always have to say that very carefully. It does not roll off the tongue as easily. And then another 4% next October, which is after the transition is expected to occur.
And there's also a pay raise currently being applied.
This last pay period, there was a 3% pay raise in their current memorandum of understanding. That is correct.
Okay, so that's a total of, with the existing and the future, that's 13% increase.
Between October of 2021 through October of 2022.
Okay, and then in regards to the to the comparisons as far as the costs for various positions, including some of the cities. For example, it shows, for example, on the county comps that if you look at total compensation, including PEPRA retirement, shows that the median is 15,444, and San Joaquin County is 17. So whether it be the median, or I'm sorry, the mean, which is 15,597, in both cases we're 11 or 12% higher than either the median or the mean. In regard, so my point is the question, and when you include all comps, which includes the cities of Elk Grove, Manteca, Stockton, and Tracy, obviously major police departments, again, we're in the all comps, the median and the mean, we're either 17% or 14% above those mean or medians, and then with the city comps only, we're at 17 and 20% above the mean or the median. And my question is, it seems like we're pretty well positioned in regards to these other agencies, and they do include, for example, obviously on the high end, Alameda, Contra Costa, but when I look at the total cost per deputy, and this is without the enhanced increases that we're talking about, out of all the agencies, going from Contra Costa County being the highest to Tulare County being the lowest, we're the third highest total compensation of all departments in regards to this comparison without the additional 10% added. So I guess my question is, it seems like we're pretty well positioned as far as the county cost per deputy sheriff position. And if we're talking about the 24 deputies that currently serve in Lathrop, it would seem to me if they lose some, I don't think they're going to lose all 24. And if they did, that's still a zero net sum game, which means that there's no loss. The sheriff is continuing his recruitment efforts, et cetera, and his incentives. The second part of that is by virtue of not all of them going over there, there's going to be an additional number of deputy sheriffs come back to patrol or wherever he assigns them. So that could be as many as 10, 14, 15, et cetera. So it would seem like we're in a pretty good position as far as filling our vacancies just with the incorporation of Lathrop. So again, I guess my question is, I just don't understand why we're doing this, a contract extension and increased salaries, when as a sheriff's department, we're pretty well positioned currently with 3%, and certainly in regards to the overall cost per position. So am I missing something here?
Well, two things, Supervisor Wynn. I believe you're referring to a survey work that Human Resources did, which does show the post-PEPRA retirement, as you mentioned. We also looked at base wage and total cash, so we looked at a variety of factors in that particular survey. But the item before you today is based upon board policy direction that was provided to Human Resources, and we went out and implemented that board policy direction that was provided to us.
Okay, and so the figures in the comparison don't include the 3%, is that correct?
They do not include the 3% if you're looking at the same one I have that was done in August.
Okay, I think it's the same one. In checking, and obviously this is dated because it goes back to 19, I know there's been some adjustments, but when you look at, and again, I'm considering, the county budget and obviously our general fund. To me, money is money, whether the money goes for benefits or the money goes for salary or overtime, whatever the money goes for, it's a cost to the county which we pay for. And don't get me wrong, I'm not opposed to deputy sheriffs receiving more pay. That's not my point. But it is a question of regard to the appropriateness at this given time, because just looking at Transparency California, which is kind of interesting to look at, and the latest figures they have is 2019, so I don't know what happened 20, et cetera. But in that particular case, and I won't bore the board with a lot of details, but the highest paid deputy sheriff in total compensation, Deputy Sheriff 2, was $356,038, which is pretty high. When I look at Manteca, for example, the chief of police in Manteca is at $319 total compensation, and the chief of police in Tracy is at $342. So the deputy sheriff costs more than two chiefs of police, not going down the police officer ranks, et cetera. And my question is, it seems like we're paying a lot of money, and it's money well spent, don't get me wrong, but it seems to me that this additional 10%, et cetera, before we have an opportunity to see what the outcome is going to be with Lathrop, is a little bit premature. And I guess my concern is that I don't personally see the need for it currently. And I guess I would ask my fellow board members as to their direction as to why we need to expend this kind of money of what, 8.3 million, et cetera. And again, I'm not opposing improving our pay to recruit. I'm just saying that it just seems like we're paying a lot of money and we're paying a lot more, where we seem to be pretty well positioned in regards to staffing, especially with the deputies coming back to the county, and secondly, the additional costs that I assume a portion, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Hopkins, a portion of that would be included from the sheriff's current budget, based upon the vacancies that are available. These are positions that are obviously already funded. But you also in the board letter, you talk about the potential maybe for a reappropriation somewhere down the line, dependent upon what the outcome would be, which means even more costs. So the 8.3 may be more, it may be less, I don't know. But anyway, that's my question. So I would ask my fellow board members, so why are we doing this? Just remind me.
Are you done? Thank you.
Yeah, just
okay.
A question. I mean, I can go.
Supervisor Rickman, did you have a comment? I have a request from Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Wynn. I'll try to answer it, at least in my opinion. I know we spoke to, or at least one member, who in the budget time, the sheriff came up here and spoke, and the recruitment is going well, but one of the biggest problems, and the sheriff is back there, if you correct me if I'm wrong, is retention. So we are recruiting people, however, they're coming here and leaving for other agencies. And, comparing sheriff departments or sheriff's agencies, one thing, but again, correct me if I'm wrong, please, is that deputies that we have here in San Joaquin County that are leaving aren't just going to the other sheriff's departments, they're going to allied agencies, police departments, for example. And so one way to stop that is to use a comparable salary, not just with other counties, but with other cities. I mean, we are in competition. And mostly now, if you look statewide, my God, looked at nationwide recruitment and retention of police officers and sheriff deputies. It's been a struggle. I know there's agencies that are, doing signing bonuses and, different things just to try to get folks here. And for me, I spoke about this, prior to coming here on the county level, but when we have a lack of deputies, for example, it seems like South County gets the brunt of it. And again, I'm not going to speak on behalf of any other district because they're more familiar than I am. But speaking on behalf of District 5, South County, we have over 300 and something miles of county roadways, for example. And it seems then when the resources are short, deputies are being pulled into, the Stockton area where it's busy, but it leaves, South County with, one or two deputies for, hundreds of miles of roadways and so on. And I don't think that's fair to my constituents. And if you look at the ag community, for example, and know that, I spoke to the sheriff about this, and even during the budget, as we get more deputies from recruitment that he's putting deputies through, and we can retain these deputies for a longer period of time, we can start getting more deputies into, for example, ag crime and patrol, and being proactive instead of being reactive. And I know I just spoke to over a dozen farmers this weekend, and one of their complaints was, crime in the rural side, in the rural community here in South County. And, I assured them that I spoke with Rebecca there that, help is coming. So this is one way for us to retain these deputies. And, also, the longer we retain officers, deputies, it's a huge bonus to our community, because these deputies have a connection to the communities that they serve. So, if you have somebody that's been on 5-10 years and working a particular district, they know the layout, they know, the residents of that, they have a rapport with that. And that's, you talk about the community policing side of it too. So, there is evidence that we had, and well, at the end, there is evidence that deputies were leaving in order to, or to other agencies that were paying more. So how do we stop that is what we're doing here today. If that clears anything for you, Jeff.
I appreciate it, Supervisor. I don't disagree with you, Supervisor Rickman. I understand the dilemma the sheriff's faced with, but let me just give you some, because Manteca and Tracy are the two cities that are brought up most frequently because of certainly Manteca's Measure K and Tracy. The highest paid police officer, total compensation again in Manteca, is $269. The highest paid Tracy police officer is $250, compared to $356 for a sheriff's deputy. That's just money. How it's divided is irrelevant. It's money that the county's spending, which I think, and again, these are negotiations over the years with the DSA in regards to how the money that the county has available is allocated to the deputies on their priorities. So again, and the other part of it, which I do agree with you, and I understand because I go to the Farm Bureau and there are discussions about, ag crime and those types of things. And obviously we've had an ongoing discussion about community cars, which in my district, we lost a good portion of them. But I guess the question is, in the overall scheme of things, as far as staffing, we have a potential. The best, I guess, scenario would be all 24 Tracy officers, or excuse me, Lathrop officers would come to the county, come back to the county, which would be a windfall. And even if it's on 15, that's 15 more than we currently have, which as a sheriff with Special Services Division and all the other things that he's doing, I think that would be a great benefit. Plus, I think 6 more deputies, or at least proposed deputies in training that would be graduated and then join the force. So my question is, if you, and the maximum, you got 24 and you got 6, that's 30. There's 33 vacancies. We're 3 short, possibly in the best case scenario, as opposed to what we currently have. And again, I would just say, as far as negotiations, it would always be good to do it when the contracts are approaching their deadline or termination, and as opposed to in the middle of a contract with only the question in regards to keeping deputies from transferring over to Lathrop. Again, we're spending a lot of money, and I just think it's an inappropriate time. I'm not opposed to this in the future, but I think the timing is a little premature if we're doing it primarily to keep deputies from going to a police department, and whether that be Lathrop or that be Manteca or that be Tracy. I think the sheriff has done a pretty good job of doing that since he's been elected. So again, I just think that this is kind of premature until we have more information, at least see what the outcome is going to be with Lathrop when they actually start their own department. So anyway, but I appreciate the comments.
All right.
Ms. Hopkins, I have a question. Sorry, did you want to?
Yes, I just want to ask, when you're talking about the transparency, whatever, the highest paid officer, that's just one officer, correct? Because what I'm looking at, or what I'm thinking of, and we all have them and all the departments have them, that one person that works just a ton of overtime. I mean, all that person does is work overtime. So that could be, I mean, so it's skewing, you know, hey, there might be more overtime available because of manpower or mandated this, mandated that in the sheriff department than there is in an allied agency. So that would make up for that discrepancy. Wouldn't that be a possibility?
Absolutely. I would agree with that. But, you know, in that figure, and again, these are dated figures, but out of 332 deputy chief positions, 131 of them are being paid over $200,000 a year. That's 131. And if you look at the other agencies, obviously they're smaller, but in Manteca, it's 27 out of 62, and in Tracy, it's 15 out of 67. So, yeah, you're right. I understand the overtime compensation, all those things. All I'm saying is, you know, money's money, and I know that the sheriff's department, and this goes back, you know, to the previous sheriff, but there's always been a shortfall in regards to, or maybe a surplus of expenditures and exceeding the overtime allotment, and you're right because of that. So I'm not saying that deputy sheriff is making that kind of money. Obviously, that deputy made a lot more money in overtime, but so did the others, and so do the police officers, et cetera. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, and I just want to make sure. I mean, Chair, through the chair, and it's you're the one that's running the meeting, so I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. But for me personally, I mean, we have the sheriff back there. I mean, I would like to hear what he has to say. I just want to make sure that we're providing the resources necessary. And we all know, and you look at the statistics, not just in San Joaquin County, but statewide, crime is going up, you know, drastically. So it's not going down, and it might have something to do with our governor releasing like 18,000 people from prison or so on. But, you know, and then you look at where we spend our money as a county. I mean, you track it, for example, we spent tens of millions of dollars on homelessness, for example, with, you know, very little results, it seems. I'm not talking about this year. This year is great. Looks like we're taking a turn, but that's another topic. It's, you know, to me, public safety is huge. I want to make sure our residents are safe, and just as you do, if there's resources that are needed and this is going to help, then I'm all for it. And we have Sheriff Withrow. You know, he is the person to answer that question. And so, Chair, I'll leave that through you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. Sheriff, glad you're here. I know that in prior conversations we've had discussion that, correct me if I'm wrong, but somewhere between 15 and maybe 20-something people retire or move from the department every year.
Correct. About 20 people, in correctional officers or deputy sheriffs, will retire on average each year.
Right. So then you have to recruit and train, which has a added cost. You know, just hire somebody. So knowing that we're going to be absorbing, as Supervisor Vice Chair Wynn points out, we'll absorb. Hopefully, we've received some officers back, and we have a shortfall right now. And so if we receive the officers and others retire or move on, as is normally happening, we would almost be basically status quo or plus compared to what our normal efforts might be for recruitment and retaining and staffing. Would that be correct?
Yeah, obviously there's variables involved in there and everything like that. But yeah, I would say that. I just what I wanted to touch on a little bit, and Supervisor Wynn, nobody ever questions your support of us, and you've always backed us, and we really appreciate it, as all the supervisors have. But I just want to make sure that everybody understands. We're talking total compensation, and you're looking out as you're supposed to, what's best for the county and their residents, and all of you are with their tax dollars and things like that. But nowadays, our young officers, they don't look at their total compensation. They don't look at what's down the line for them in their retirement, because we're a 37 Act county, and the ones that we're talking about here with Tracy and Manteca are PERS. And what our deputies that are leaving and going to places like Manteca and stuff, look at their paycheck. And they're not bringing home $300,000 a year. They're bringing home whatever it is in their paycheck. And so when they look to see if they're going to leap and leave us, they're looking short term with their their house payments and other things that they have purchased, as we all know that young men and women do, and to see where they're going to get the biggest paycheck that arrives each month, just like a lot of our citizens do. And so that's where we get hammered. We get hammered with the base pay and what's showing up in their paycheck, and they're not looking the long term for total compensation, which has affected the Lathrop contract. The total compensation is what it costs for a deputy sheriff. So that's where I think we're really trying to impact and save our officers, kind of from leaving and hurting themselves, really, to go and because they can make more money initially at all these other places. So I think that's what we're trying to combat, and that's what Lathrop is preying upon, that base offering. So I think that kind of address what you were asking.
Sheriff, based on you and I had engaged with Lathrop City Council in the meetings, their business model of recruiting and bringing in did not include any allocation for any anticipated expense for training, which could be $150,000, $200,000 plus per officer. In fact, their model was basically predicated upon lateral hires, as was noted in their proposal.
Absolutely.
So they were expecting to hire, and they are anticipating, they're not expecting an extra couple million, $2 to $4 million if you're training 20 new officers at $200,000 each. That numbers climb up pretty high. Ms. Hopkins, remind me, I remember in a prior discussion you had indicated that traditionally San Joaquin County was usually 5% below the median. Was that correct? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is that a correct understanding, that in some prior discussions when we were talking about compensation, and if we bumped up a little bit, they're still in that 5% below the median? Do you remember that?
I think, Chair Patty, we've shared that historically the county's philosophy is if a compensation survey indicates that a classification or group of classifications is 5% or below market median, we aim to get up into that somewhere near 5% below range. So somewhere between 0 and 5%.
So, Sheriff, how would your staff, your deputies, feel if they're 5% paid less than a comparable job in adjacent cities? Since this is a traditional, historical standard of how we do things in the county, how do the deputies feel about that?
Well, I can tell you, because I was one of them for 30 plus years, and still happy to be there. Yeah, we always, it did not make us feel good that they wanted to pay 20 or 5% below the medium. Our response always to that was, well, then you should get that quality of officer, 5%, what the medium officer is. So we at least thought we should be average, and our goal has always been at the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office, and your goal is, as supervisors, I know, is to get the best of the best, to be here to protect our citizens. And I think that's what we're trying to do here, to entice the best of the best throughout the state and the nation. When they start looking around at how the leadership in their county feel about them and treat them, is that they want the best of the best, and we're going to do whatever we can to make that happen within the boundaries that we have of our economic situation here in San Joaquin County, that we're going to try and do what's best for the deputy sheriffs and also our correctional officers. So.
Understood. By any standard of measure, is our staff 5% less of an officer, or 5% less risk, or 5% less in danger, 5% less overtime, 5% less risk in any capacity?
Absolutely not. I think
5% less trained?
Absolutely not. We do the best we can to make them the best that they can be out on the street, and give the best product we can for our citizens in San Joaquin County, and we are going to continue to do so. And we're just hoping that we can make sure that we keep them here, and retain them through their careers and make it a place where officers desire to come and work in San Joaquin County.
Understood. Thank you. So what's proposed today, Ms. Hopkins, that we kind of went past that 5% below would be the average that we normally aim for, and we're kind of in that median range now. Would that be correct?
Well, I think, Chair Petty, I first may need to clarify that the 5% is one of many factors.
Mm-hmm.
We look at recruitment and retention issues. We look at vacancy rates.
Understood. I'm just talking about compensation right now. I'm not looking at anything else.
All of that factors into the compensation recommendation and the compensation.
Sure. But I'm asking, as the salary that's presented, what we're looking at today, right now, we've basically left the practice. We're proposing to leave the practice of 5% below, and this kind of puts us in the median range. Is that correct?
Adding an extra 10% over the next year will put the department, and I'm ballparking.
They won't be the highest. We know that there's some other agencies, other police departments, others in our county that are higher than us. But we're not the highest, we're not the lowest. It's my understanding we're somewhere in the middle.
So, Chair Petty, it really depends on if you're comparing it to base salary or your total cash. In that particular case right now, we're about 15% below market median. So adding 10% would get us much closer to market median.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to decipher where we're at, what our goals were, and I want to compliment you guys and staff, and you've done this before successfully in Stanislaus. I'd like a little historical reference on something. State of California, under Grade Davis, and I don't know this formula, but for every year you worked, you got 2% of your salary, and after 25 years, there's some sort of catchy something, 25 is 2%, and when you retired, you got a percentage of what your base salary was. Is that correct? Do you know how to fill me in on that?
I'm not sure, Chair Patty, what the state previously.
You're talking 3% of 50, right?
3%. Well, before
you're talking about retirement.
It was 2%.
Yeah,
and
I don't know
then
what it was before, but
under Grade Davis, they went from 2% to 3%.
All right, so Chair Petty, are you referring to the retirement formula for?
I am referring to retirement. Sorry if I've jumped into it a little bit. Are you familiar with? Give me a little background on it. What the state used to be, 2% at 50.
3% at 50.
It used to be 2% at 50. Is that correct? Does anybody know?
At one time, now it's 2.7 to 57. I think most of the jurisdictions went away from 3%. I don't know anybody that is doing 3% at 50 anymore.
Yeah, so it was 2, went to up to 3, and then down to.
I don't know what it was before. It was 2 something, but then it went to 3 for when we had for years. A lot of the agencies were, and now and then it went from like 2.5 at 55. Now I think it's 2.7 at 57.
Gotcha. Okay. And I remember reading an article that talked about if a person was in highway patrol and they retired, and under the 3% formula, they retired at 50. They were receiving I think ballpark, it was $80,000 a year, thereabouts, in retirement. And by the time they were 80 years old, they were receiving over $250,000 or $220,000 a year in retirement, that 3% compound every year. So I know that's considered going to break. There's a lot of people consider that's so expensive that so many people, and it became the standard. Because once it happened with the Highway Patrol, then it happened with many other state agencies, that 3%. And if it's down from 3%, it may very well be. But you see that compounding value. But if you were an officer and you were getting 2% when you were hired, and then they bumped it to 3%, even if they brought it back down to 2.75%, you're now getting a lot more money, even though it may not be affordable in the long term, and it may actually break, some people consider that it would break CalPERS because it's unsustainable. But yet there's people that retire after many years of service, and they're going to receive that money, and it's going to keep compounding, but they're not complaining about it. They just received it. It's not their fault. They well received it. And I believe Supervisor Vice Chair Wynn was in the Highway Patrol for many years and probably was hired with the 2% retirement factor and may have bumped up all the way up to that 3%, which keeps compounding for all of eternity as long as he's with us. So, I don't know why there's an issue here of what we can, I know that we have a proposal, we have a risk, and a potential risk of losing officers. We have an automatic and what seems to be a natural attrition every year. And we are looking to be preemptive, not reactive. If you lose 15, 20 officers, and then you have to recruit, we will have dropped the ball, and we wouldn't have done our job responsibly. The sheriff has asked for it. There's a lot of people that do overtime. We have officers that have been in accidents, injuries. We have lawsuits based on them. So I think that we're being very responsible by being proactive, not reactive, and closing the gap so that our officers that are equally trained, equally risk their lives, equally answer the calls of duty, equally confront bad guys on a daily basis or step up to serve their community. They are not 5 or 10 or 15% below that value of a police officer in the same exact county within miles of where they might live. So I think this is a great, and again, Ms. Hopkins, thank you for working on this. There's many moving parts to it, and I appreciate that you had history with that in Stanislaus, and I appreciate that you brought it to us today. I know that we've had discussions about this in the past, but I think we're moving forward, and I think our sheriff and the deputies and those that they serve in this county, it should be known that we believe that they should be right there in parity with peers within the departments that are part of this city. So I will.
Chair Patty, just a quick for
Sure,
information.
Vice Chair Wynn.
It was 2.7% at 55. Then it went up to 3%. Then the 50, it went to 50, 3% at 50. The other side of it, there was a limitation. For example, when I joined the Highway Patrol, you could only get up 70% of your salary. By the time I retired, you get up to 90% based upon your years of service. So those are things that you're right. And there is, just like the county, there is a cost of living if there is any increase in inflation. Real quick, I agree with what the sheriff says. I understand everything, but we're talking about training and recruiting and those types of things. We're talking about a potential windfall of at least 10 to 15 to 20 deputies. So we don't have a net loss, we have a net gain. And the other side of it is all I'm saying is that for the amount of money we're paying, excluding the overtime as Supervisor Brickman raises, which is a good point, what we're paying basically, and this goes, I negotiated with 12 different unions for 4 years. What happens in those negotiations is the bargaining unit will decide their priorities. The employer will decide their priorities. They will reach an agreement. All I'm saying is that if currently, if it's a matter of salary, regular pay, then maybe in the future there ought to be a readjustment in regards to the salary, as opposed to all the other benefits that are funded to provide that, as the sheriff says, that deputy sheriff with a greater paycheck at the end of the month as opposed to what they currently receive. So those are all things that I think are in consideration. Again, I understand attrition, I understand retirements, I get all that stuff, but all I'm saying is we're not talking about where we were, where the sheriff was almost 3 years ago. We're talking about a potential windfall of additional deputies coming back, which are already trained, have the capacity to move right in patrol, fill the positions that he's trying to do with his special units. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is, I would see a greater opportunity when we come to, maybe at the end of this year or whatever, as far as preliminary negotiations, and start talking to DSA about, things that we can work on in regards to it, because there's a lot of money on the table in regards to each individual deputy, as there is with each individual employee in this county. And the last thing is, we have a multitude of bargaining units, and as Hopkins knows, is that how it goes with one unit has a potential for cascading to other unions. And again, I'm not opposed to giving our employees an incentive to stay, but on the other side, it's just a lot of money. So that's my point. I understand where you all coming from, and frankly, I think there's some other factors involved in this, but that's neither here nor there. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Not sure what that insinuation is, but moving on then to consent item number 29. Public Works, Mr. Balaji. Authorize the Director of Public Works to submit applications and execute funding agreements for grants issued by California Department of Water Resources. This is affecting 2nd, 3rd, and 4th District. Mr. Balaji, would you care to elaborate on what this proposal is that we're giving consent on and how it relates and the efforts that's taken us to get here?
With pleasure, Supervisor Patty, Chairman Patty, and the supervisors. Chris Balaji, Director of Public Works. As you know that every time when we go in front of our constituents asking for any rate increases for the CSAs, for their water facilities, we actually promise them on being efficient and looking for ways to reduce their water rates. And this is one such activity that was taken by our staff at the Public Works Department. So the Department of Water Resources state, the state had made available about $192 million in general fund monies to address the ongoing drought conditions. So they have a program called the Small Community Drought Relief Program, which provides funding for drought relief activities that includes, building interconnects on the existing water systems, fixing any leaky pipes and such. As you know that the Morada Acres and the other 3 districts that we have mentioned in this board letter have infrastructure. They are very old. They are steel pipes, they're leaks, and they are less efficient. And of course, right, we part of the rate structure that we have for these CSAs and the maintenance districts include a capital reserve component as well. So now, the state had made available this grant, and our staff had very appropriately looked into how we can secure this funding so that we could put in new infrastructure that would reduce the future requirement for the capital reserve component of the constituents' rates, as well as address the current drought situation by conserving water, which would otherwise leak and get into the ground, basically. So it's a great work by our Development Services Manager, Alex Chetley, and his staff, Ms. Jana Roots, in finding this part of funding that is made available by the state for the drought relief and capitalizing on that to address the existing aging infrastructure in districts 2, 3, and 4. Thereby, we could perhaps, if we are successful in getting these grants, we're seeking in the tune of around $5 million. That's $5 million in less capital reserves that these districts have to pay for in the future. So it's keeping in line with our promises to our constituents in running their districts efficiently, finding money under every rock that we could turn to look for to keep their rates stable and to find ways to reduce their rates as well. So I'm really proud of what the staff had done in identifying this grant, and DWR requires an authorization resolution from your board for the director to apply for this grant, as well as once we successfully secure it, accept that grant as well. Hope this answered the question you had.
It does. Thank you. I know this is something you work on carefully with all factors and elements of the needs for those services to continue in water, and especially the critical instances that we are experiencing with the current drought, extended drought for the last several years or decade, I guess, at this point. So thank you. Any questions, any comments from the board members? Seeing that, I think I would just appreciate that work and the effort and the levels of engagement you have with the communities that we serve. So thank you,
Absolutely.
Director.
Thank you, Chairman Patty.
Okay. At this time, I think we're good. These are all the items wish to be pulled. I'm going to need a motion to approve.
Chair, just a quick comment. Can we break out 7 from the consent calendar for separate vote?
You ask pull item number 7 for a separate vote.
Yeah, otherwise you're going to lose about 6 items for funding.
Okay. So I will go with, so let's then consent items 1 through 35 with number 7 pulled for a separate vote. Need a motion to approve?
So moved. Or second.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. 1 through 35, absent number 7, is approved 4-0 adopted. Thank you. Now a motion to approve consent item number 7 separate.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for item number 7. That's adopted 3-1. Thank you. Moving on now to our next item of business, discussion general government, CDD, accept report on 2021 supervisorial redistricting update. I believe Director Kwong is here.
Thank you, Chairman Patty and members of the board. David Kwong, your Community Development Director, and I have Chris Chafee with Redistricting Partner, our consultant on this project today. So we're getting into the real nitty-gritty of the supervisorial redistricting effort now. So what I'd like to cover today, and this is between the two of us, we have basically a 10-minute presentation, and then, of course, any questions that you may have for us.
That's a great number, 10 minutes. If that's enough for you, please.
It is for us. Thank you. And so 3 main topic areas I want to cover since our last update on September 14th. Basically, to the extent that the state data for redistricting files have been received by the department, including the adjustments to the incarcerated population. We want to share with you also the current lines of the supervisorial districts as currently mapped, and to introduce to the board the element of compliance with the Federal Voters' Right Act with our increased in population triggering the minority majority district threshold, and then also identify the remainder of the process of the meetings and hearing dates to complete this supervisorial redistricting process. On this slide, the county has basically increased its population by 92,006 people to in total to 777,312. Based on the 2020 census, this is a 13.4% increase, which is significantly higher than the rest of the state, which is usually about, in this case, 6.1%. That's basically back up here. I did want to show, of course, and I think I mentioned this in terms of the geographic areas, in terms of our current lines and the amount of population within this map here. And then what I wanted to do was also show you the slide here, which basically, if you can see the numbers, District 5 basically had the largest increase of residents in the county, with about 40,000 more residents since the last 10 years. District 4 also gained residents, about 7,226 residents. All districts experienced a growth. They just experienced growth at different population rate. The ideal population for each district now, given the 2020 census, is 155,462 for this supervisorial effort. With the ideal population number, the county currently has a total deviation of 21.7%, which is the District 4 with the least population increase deviation from the ideal to District 5 with the most population increase deviation from the ideal. This percentage increase exceeds the maximum 10% allowed deviation range, and with all this growth, what does this mean? Well, I'm going to hand it off to Chris Chafee with RP Redistricting Partners to explain a little bit further.
Thank you, David. Can you go to just the next slide? So, and one more. There we go. So when you passed your maps in 2011, your total deviation of the current lines under the 2010 census was only 6.1%, well below the 10% total deviation that local agencies are allowed. Now, of course, you've had growth, and it hasn't been distributed evenly across the county, as David went into. The fastest growing, or the largest growing district was District 5, which has a current deviation of 14.1%. And the slowest growing district was District 4, which only had a 5.3% growth over the decade. So that is below deviation, below the ideal of 7.1%. So with that 21.7% deviation, we have to rebalance the district lines. And I think what you'll see coming forward through the RAC is a series of maps and hopefully a final recommendation with a balanced Board of Supervisors map that makes sure that the largest to the smallest district is under that 10% threshold. And I think you'll see probably the most change because of the population growths over the decade in districts 4 and 5 from the current lines. So the other thing to note from the 2020 census is that District 1 has a current, under its current lines, has a 47.7% Latino CVAP percentage. And that is very, very close to the necessary requirements for a section, or it's very close to a Section 2 seat now. And basically, it's a working, District 1 is a working district at this point, and we can easily create a Section 2 seat that is very similar to the current district lines. And to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act, that's what we're going to do. That will make sure that you're protected long term, and it will make sure that District 1's working alignment continues.
So what that means, I'm just going to add to that, is that there will be a hub for District 1 in which to work off of in terms of the supervisorial districts. So going forward with officially the RAC moving forward with its public meetings and hearings, we will be considering mapping options that are submitted by public out there. But in terms of looking at District 1 and compliance with the Federal Voters' Rights Act, it will all stem from what we call a minority majority district or a hub out from District 1.
And basically what that means is that it's kind of like a stone on the map. So you'll have District 1, which will be the same in going throughout the plans, with maybe slight alterations from public comment or from your comment, but to keep that district 50 plus Latino CVAP, and then the other districts will kind of rotate around it going forward in front of the RAC. And then, of course, the RAC will be bringing back a recommended plan for your review and comment.
So in terms of the schedule, what we've got moving forward officially tomorrow night will be the RAC meeting, first RAC meeting to start receiving the input, as I mentioned. We'll have a subsequent RAC meeting 2 weeks later to receive additional comments for any other map options as well. Then we'll bring that forward in an iterative process back to the board in terms of getting your input to give back to the RAC. And then subsequently we'll have a RAC meeting number 3 on November 10th for them to make a recommendation, actually finally, to the board to be heard on November 16th. And then on December 7th, we are hoping that with all the iterative changes and process that we've included between the RAC and the board, you will have a map that you can take action on December 7th at near the end of the year. There is a final backup meeting on December 15th, but hopefully that's only for any kind of minor tweaks. Our preference, of course, is that the board is able to take action on the final recommendations and take final action on this supervisorial district maps on December 7th. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you, Chair and Board.
Thank you, Dr. Kwong. And Kathy?
Chris Chafee.
Chafee. Thank you, Mr. Chafee, for being here. Any comments or questions from, still looking at my left, seeing none. Supervisor Villaputua, any questions? Vice Chair Wynn.
So are you saying that Supervisor Villaputua and his district are the center of the universe?
For this mapping process, probably.
Okay. Given the change in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
So, and I haven't been involved in these meetings or whatever, but I'm assuming what you're talking about is tweaking, especially Supervisor Rickman's district that has grown the most, in mine that's grown the least. And then Supervisor Chair Patty's district obviously shares Manteca and some of Lathrop. So is the question in regards to balancing, the populations since District 5 has grown so much and District 4 has grown, and then District 3, is it to somehow reach that balance in South County? Is that kind of the approach that the committee's taking?
I think one of the things under the Fair Maps Act is it's really driven by public input. So it's balancing that public input, but also the growth factors that we've seen over the last decade. So I think you really keyed in on it. It's going to be a rebalancing between District 4 and 5, and making sure that no district or the largest to the smallest district is below 10% deviation in population.
From the ideal population of 155,000 and 72 is what I think I mentioned.
Yeah, the reason I asked that question is because for example, on the east side of Manteca, which would be east of 99, which is kind of representative of like Escalon, Ripon, more rural, more farm oriented, as opposed to obviously going to the west, which is more urban. And then District 5 butts up against Ripon on the south end. So all I'm saying is there is a connection, so to speak, and I'm not trying to give any direction. I'm just saying, just from curiosity, that would seem like, especially with his district, with Bob's district growing so much, that would kind of be the tweaking part. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, we have received communities of interest maps regarding ag interests to be considered, and so those are the kind of factors in terms of the COIs, we call it, as you've heard it a number of different times, even with the other efforts or the state and congressional efforts in terms of what those COIs may look like. And so those will be the input that the RAC's going to receive from the public and various different interests.
Okay, good. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, and any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
We just have 50 pages of public comments.
On this issue?
No, there are no public comments.
Disappointed.
You? So then I'm going to need a motion on this with a vote, looks like.
Thank you, Chair.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote. We've adopted 4-0. Thank you. I know there's a lot of work going on, a lot of moving parts, a lot of interest, but it's my understanding, speaking with a couple of the committee, that they're quite pleased with the levels of engagement and the conversation and the mutual respect amongst those that are tasked with this. So it seems to be working quite well, and good job, good leadership, and levels of participation and support. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have board supervisors' comments and committee reports. Starting on my right, Vice Chair Nguyen. Any comments or committee reports?
No, not really. In regards to, I want to thank staff certainly for their hard work on the state redistricting, congressional redistricting, and the letter that we put together. So, again, they did an outstanding job. So I just want to comment on that.
Thank you. Supervisor Villaputa, anything to report?
Nothing to report.
Okay. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I just have 10 pages. That's joking. Just be quick. The month of October, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. As you can see, here I'm wearing pink. That, I think we've all been affected by, or known somebody who's been affected by breast cancer. I know it ran in my family, so it's something that's very near and dear to me, to make sure people bring awareness to it, and to, bring awareness to the impact of breast cancer, and that, to make sure people take the appropriate steps to get themselves checked on a routine basis. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go over a few things that I had the privilege of participating in. Supervisor Villaputa and my office thank to, I had travel, but thank you to Mike Anderson, was able to participate in the Gold Star Mothers and Family Day. Very moving, very important, very special for the families to have some support and recognition, not only from military, but from electeds. Supervisor Villapudua gave a great speech. It was, people called me up and talked about how much they appreciated the support they received from you and others that were present. Also had the privilege to walk through Kraft Heinz facility this past Wednesday. It was the old Pinkerton glass plant in Lathrop, and there was a myriad of issues to work through with the state, our local departments as well, from environmental health to community development to work on and get this going forward. It's a 650,000 square foot facility with cold storage components. Sits on 13-acre footprint. They added 3.5 miles of new rail, and that's why the Kraft fought for and stayed here. It was a tough road, and they oftentimes threatened to pull out, but because we have rail, we have a port, we have 2 interstate highways, we were considered a high priority for them, and they've expanded and are utilizing their food processing, and this works in conjunction, so this is great jobs for our region, and they were very happy partners that we got through all the difficulties to get that facility up and built from the ground up. I also had the opportunity to represent the county, and we all signed certificates of recognition. The Director General, Mr. Scott Lai, invited us, and we as the county represented and respected their 110th anniversary or birthday celebration. Highly well attended, internationally streamed throughout from here and throughout the Asian community and throughout Taiwan. There was an incredible amount of support for and appreciation for our county also participating. We have to thank Dr. Elizabeth Blanchard. Not only was she present, but she was engaged in making certain that we, as a county, were recognized and having a very large Asian population. It was important for us to be there, and they appreciated us. Also had a chance to attend the Orange and Black Ball at University of Pacific. Mr. Leroy Minitry, it was in today's Stockton Record, had passed away. He was one of the founding fathers. Not only as of UOP alumni, I also know him from the sign industry. Growing up, I knew Mr. Minitry as he and my father's business worked together oftentimes, and he was a proud Stocktonian, and he was one of the initiators for the Orange and Black Ball, raising money for local athletics and our athletes that compete at the University of Pacific and to the benefit of our community. So that's it for now. We will adjourn. County Council, can we give us a report on closed session?
Thank you. The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
All right, then we will be adjourned until October 26, 2021 at 9 a.m. We are going to take a 30-minute break.
you.